Sound check. 1, 2, 3.
Good evening, councillors and members in the public gallery. I will officially open this evening ordinary council meeting at 7 p.m. Thank you for your attendance tonight. I'd like to remind everyone in the chambers to ensure that comments are respectful to the council and all meetings attendees, including city officers and those in our public gallery. Please note that this meeting is being live streamed. Councillors and members of the public, please note that supplementary items have been issued for this evening's agenda, including addenda for item 10.2.5, budget 2024-2025 and differential rates, item 10.3.1, Maylands Lakes, item 11.3, Councillor Georgia Johnson, the naming register for parks, reserves, streets and rights of ways, and another under separate cover item 10.3.2, tender Frank Drago Soccer Precinct redevelopment. All those documents can be found in the supplementary items agenda, which is available on the city's website and in hard copy for members of the public gallery tonight in front of you there on the bench if anyone hasn't taken it, including councillors. And I should highlight for Maylands Lakes, that item, there is also an updated officer's recommendation. I would like to acknowledge the traditional custodians of the land in which we are meeting, the Whadjuk people of the Noongar Nation, and pay our respects to elders past, present, and emerging. Announcement from the presiding member. Councillors, I would like to update you in relation to a couple of meetings that I have attended recently while acting for the mayor with the city's CEO. On 15th March 2024, the CEO and I attended a meeting with the Honourable Amber Jade Sanderson, MLA, Minister for Health, Mental Health and Member for Morley. At the meeting, we discussed the following items. Morley Town Centre, Russell Street. We updated our local member in relation to this project and advised that it is currently at 85% design. We spoke about the opportunity for the state government to partner with the city with regards to this important revitalization project. We also updated our local member around the importance of putting the power underground along Russell Street and that the current revitalization project does not include undergrounding the power along the entire section of the road. I also spoke about the importance of creating walkable spaces for pedestrians and cyclists with appropriate levels of shade and how the undergrounding of power can facilitate tree plantings and canopy cover for the city. We provided an update that the land acquisition of the car park from the state government near Les Hensman Library has now been completed. We spoke about potential partnerships and the opportunity to develop the site and concepts around potential future uses. Our local member indicated a strong desire to explore options for the development of the site and how the state government may be able to assist. As general business, we also spoke about Morley Galleria and the Morley Sport and Recreation Centre. On the 23rd of April, the CEO and I also attended a meeting with the Honourable Dr. Anne Ali, Federal MP, Minister for Early Childhood Education, Minister for Youth and Member for Cohen. At the meeting, we discussed the following items. Local planning strategy. We provided the Minister with an update on our recent endorsement of the local planning strategy and how this can potentially facilitate development throughout the city of Bayswater. We spoke to the Minister around the possibility of any potential assistance from the federal government for any city events that specifically involved activities and inclusion of our young people in the city. This conversation led to a general discussion of youth facilities and hubs that could potentially be considered in the future. We spoke to the Minister about the indicative costs to build the Noranda Sporting Complex change room upgrade, and if there could be any possibility for consideration of additional federal government assistance. The Minister indicated that this would be unlikely. Councillors, if you have any questions about any of those issues, please feel free to reach to me or to the CEO after the meeting. Attendance. Mayor Pifaretti and Councillor Sutherland have provided apologies for tonight. All other councillors are present in the chamber. Applications for leave of absence. First of all, Mayor Pifaretti has provided a request in writing for leave of absence for the dates 30th April 2024 to 6 May 2024 inclusive. Councillor Sutherland has provided a request in writing for a leave of absence for the dates of 30th April 2024 to 30th May 2024 inclusive. Are there any councillors who would like to apply for leave of absence? Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. If I might, for May 3rd to 5th inclusive and July 13th to 21st inclusive.
Any other councillors? Councillor Sosowski.
Thank you. May 13th and May 14th.
Thank you. Any other applications? No, thank you. We do need, sorry, councillors, we do need to move that. Can I have a mover to move those? Thank you, Councillor Meleka, and a seconder. Councillor Palmer. We will have the vote. All in favour? It is unanimous. Thank you. Disclosures of interest. Councillors, do you have any interest to disclose? If you can please start with the item number and the name, and then your interest. Councillor Bull.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I've got a number of impartiality interests which I'll read through. Item 11.2, Nat Latta Maylands Tennis Club to convert tennis courts. I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the coming state election, and the item refers to state election advocacy. Item 11.1, Councillor Josh Eveson, dedicated super bus for Morley and Naranda. I am a Labor pre-selected candidate in the coming state election, and the item relates to advocacy around a state infrastructure project. Item 10.3.2, Tender 06-2024, Frank Drago Soccer Precinct Redevelopment -feasibility and advocacy. I am a Labor pre-selected candidate in the coming state election, and the item relates to advocacy. Item 10.1.9, Crimea Park excision of land for telecommunications purposes. I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the coming state election, and the item contemplates a transaction with the state government. Item 10.1.7, Bath Road land disposal and road dedication. I am a Labor pre-selected candidate in the coming state election, and the item contemplates a land sale with the state government. Item 10.1.4, standardised meeting procedures submission. I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the coming state election, and the item contemplates putting a position to a state government department. And item 10.1.3, annual general meeting, response to motions. I am a Labor pre-selected candidate in the coming state election, and the item contemplates lobbying for changes to the CAT Act, state legislation. And last one, item 10.1.2, review of CAT Local Law 2022. I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the coming state election, and the item contemplates lobbying for changes to state legislation, the CAT Act. And while these are impartiality interests, being conscious of the risk of apprehended bias, I will leave the room in each instance.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I'll try to do these in order, but I may not always get through the exact order. So item 10.1.2, the CAT review of CAT local law. Similarly, I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the upcoming state election and also WA Labor president, and the item refers to lobbying for changes to the CAT Act. Also, members of the Joint Standing Committee have raised this issue with me. Item 10.1.3, in response to that with the AGM, also refers to changes to the CAT Act, and further, there are a number of people that I know, both either through the Labor Party as being a Labor Party member and WA president, or just know locally, members such as Rhiannon Italiano, Greg Smith, Wendy Garston, Aileen O'Rourke, Keith Clements, Georgina Kerr, Branka and Lazar Radanovic. So then I'll move to 10.1.4, which is the meeting procedures item. I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the upcoming state election and WA Labor president. And this item basically is putting a position to the state government. Items 10.1.7, Bath Road. Similarly, I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the upcoming state election and WA Labor President. It also refers directly to the Minister for Transport, Rita Saffioti, and the Minister for Lands, John Carey, who I know through my work in the Labor Party. 10.1.9, Crimea Park. Is that its name? Crimea Park, yep. It refers to the Minister for Lands, John Carey, and also as a Labor pre-selected candidate in the upcoming state election, WA Labor President. 10.2.1, the financial reports. Now, I'm a member of the Bayswater Bowls Club. My son swims at Baysy Waves. My extended family live near Embleton Golf Course, and up until sort of the end of this month, I was a member of the Embleton Toy Library as well. So then to 10.3.2, the soccer club item. Similarly, I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the state election that's coming up, and WA Labor President, and that item refers directly to advocacy in relation to the soccer club. 11.1. Similarly, as a Labor pre-selected candidate in the upcoming state election, WA Labor President, this item directly refers to advocacy in relation to bus stops around Naranda. 10.2.1, and actually further to that, it refers to local MPs, so Amber Jade Sanderson and Lisa Baker, who I know through my work in the Labor Party.
Sorry, Councillor, that was 10.2.1?
Sorry, that was 11.1, the super bus item.
So still 11.1, yes?
Yeah. 11.2, Councillor Ladder's motion about the Maylands Tennis Club refers in terms of advocacy to the state government, and I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in the upcoming state election, WA Labor President. And 11.3 refers to Minister Carey, Minister for Lands, John Carey, and also does refer to advocacy. Sorry, have I got that right? No, sorry. 11.3 is Councillor Johnson's naming register, and it refers there to John Carey as the Minister for Lands in terms of as a decision maker. And as I'm a Labor pre-selected candidate in this upcoming state election and WA Labor President, I'll disclose those all as impartiality interests. And again, similar to Councillor Bull, out of an abundance of caution, I'm going to leave the room for those items. And then I'm actually also going to seek further advice, including legal advice from the CEO about how to manage various duties under the Local Government Act. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Stasowski.
Thank you. My first one is for item 10.1.3, the 2024 Annual General Meeting responses to motions. Motion 2 was presented by a member of the, or then member of the Morley Windmill Sports Club, and the Morley Windmill Sports Club is located at Watton Reserve, where this motion is talking about planting trees, and I'm a member of the Morley Windmill Sports Club, so it's an impartial interest on that one. And I've also just had another look at the agenda and seen that I also have an impartiality interest for, I think it's 10.2.1. I'll just get the title, sorry. It's one of the financial report for the month. My mother's house that she lives in, the street that she lives on, is mentioned in this report, so it's an impartial interest as well, and I'll be staying in the room. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ladder.
Thank you. On item 10.2.5, proposed 2024-25 differential rates. We heard a deputation last week from the Maylands Business Association, of which I am a member. I was not involved in the deputation though, so that's an impartial interest and I will stay in the room. On item 11.5, Councillor Ellie Peterson-Pick, Deputy Mayor, potential land acquisition for parking in Maylands. I have a financial interest due to owning a business in the town centre that could potentially benefit financially from increased parking in the area, so I will leave the room for that item. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Maleka.
Thank you. I have an impartial interest for 10.2.1, financial report. So attachment 7 mentions my mum's street is one of the roads for the base road grant. Thanks.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson.
Yes, so item 10.1.3, the motion This is the AGM motions. And mine's the same declaration as Councillor Sazowski. So I'm a member of the Morley Windmill Soccer Club, Sports Club, sorry, and it's an impartial interest and I'll stay in the room.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. 10.1.2, the item on the CATS local law. One of the deputies is on the committee at Environment House, and I'm a member at Environment House. It's an impartiality interest, and I'll stay in the room.
Any other conflicts? Okay, that's enough. That's it. Thank you, councillors. We will now move to the public question time. Members of the public gallery, I'll first call for questions on items on this evening's agenda, and then I will open the questions on items not on the agenda. Please provide your name and suburb before you ask your question, and keep in mind that you are limited to 3 questions. Are there any questions on items on this evening's agenda? Please come forward.
David
sorry,
Dyke,
I think somebody
Maylands.
was coming, but we can start with you. I think
Is that
somebody,
okay?
Yes, we'll start with you. Thank you, Mr. Dyke.
This refers to 10.1.2, keeping and control of cats. Under Note 3, Officer's recommendation. Should the funding for 24-25 be 150,000, is the 50,000 a misprint? Would you please expand my knowledge on the breakup of the current budget, 23-24, combined with a breakup of 24-25 budget printed as $50,000?
Thank you for your question. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, the current budget in the 23-24 budget is $30,000. So that $30,000 is allocated to cat trapping and fox trapping. What we do is we do one set of cat trapping each year. So there's 10 days that the trapping is undertaken across. And then there's 2 events that are 10 days long for fox trapping. What's proposed in the 24-25 budget and what's in the actual draft budget at the moment is $50,000. So we're looking at expanding that program from $30,000 to $50,000. So there's an extra $20,000 there. It's looking at doing further trapping in the various areas, including increasing some of the cat trapping that's being proposed. And we're also looking at some education and also looking at possibly some programs related to the CATIO program.
Well, clearly that 50,000 is not enough.
We noted the comment. Any other questions, Mr. Dyke?
Yes, I've got 2 more. Under motion 3, page 222, the 16 Days in WA campaign. What is the budget for this campaign so council can expand on last year's minimal low-cost items and support grassroots level issues as being highlighted in the media daily at the moment? It's horrific.
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. The 16 Days in WA initiative is undertaken as business as usual. I will take the question on notice as to what the cost contribution is to that.
Okay. Thank you.
Third one, motion 4, page 222, Men's Health Plan. What is the budget for continuation of public health plan specific to the breakup of men's health? Both the motions of 3 and 4 have direct correlation, and with current escalation of domestic violence, they are exceptionally important. So the breakup of the public health plan, which first started last AGM, so it should be well and truly aware of now.
I will go to the director.
Thank you for the question, and through you, Deputy Mayor, I will take that question on notice and provide a response in writing. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Dyke. Yes, Ms. Roberts.
Rachel Roberts from Bayswater. So my question's in relation to 10.1.2, review of the CAT local law 2022. First question, with respect to item 10.1.2, review of CAT local law 2022, will the City of Bayswater sponsor CAT containment catios for ratepayers? And if so, what is the budget for 24-25 for this to happen?
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, as mentioned earlier, the budget's being increased to $50,000, so it's $30,000 in the current financial year, and it's proposed to go to $50,000. With that extra $20,000, there's a range of things that can be done extra, so we could do extra trapping, but there's also some education, and there could be some money put towards a catio program. At this stage, we don't have the details of what the breakup will be. It also depends on getting some contractor prices and understanding how much trapping is going to be done, and then the remaining money can be allocated to various programs.
Okay, thank you. Question 2. Sorry, this is a little legal. The legalities of this are quite detailed. Section 82 of the CAT Act 2011 clearly states that a local law made under this Act may adopt the text of a local law of any other local government. Northern Shire local CAT law states that a CAT shall not be in a public place unless the CAT is, in the opinion of an authorised person, under effective control. Could the governance team please explain for us if there is any provision in the CAT Act 2011 that prevents the City of Bayswater using Section 82 to adopt Part 3, 3.21 of the Shire of Northern CAT laws as our local CAT law?
Thank you for your question. Yeah, Manager for Governance.
Thank you for your question, through you, Presiding Member. To the City's knowledge, there's no provision in the CAT Act that would prevent the City from utilising Section 82 and cross-referencing the wording that you've just read out from the Shire of Northern local law. That's one of the options that's outlined in the officer report that councillors will be considering tonight. However, as it's explained in the report, the amendment local law would still be subject to review by the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation, and it's my understanding that it's still open to the Joint Standing Committee to recommend disallowance to Parliament if it considers the clause to be outside of local government's power.
But there'd be no legal reason for them to do that. Section 82 is pretty solid. Don't know. 3, the JSCDL appears to rely on a test of reasonableness to object to local governments creating CAT laws that force owners to invest in CAT enclosures. Given the Northern Shire local CAT law does not stipulate CAT enclosures, is Council aware if there has been any conflict or controversy in Northern or Narrogin over the reasonableness of their adopted local CAT laws?
Thank you. Please.
Through the presiding member, no, I'm not aware of any controversy associated with the Northern or the Narrogin local laws. What I would say is that in the annual report in 2022 and in 2023, the one that's just been released, the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation do say that they will may request an undertaking to delete clauses that ban cats from public areas, place conditions on when a cat may be permitted in a public area, and have the practical effect of limiting cats to their owner's premises. So it's not just cat enclosures that the Joint Standing Committee is looking at when it reviews that type of clause in a local law.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Any further questions? Yes, please.
Hi everybody.
If you can please state your name.
My name is Diane Actor. I live on Maylands Lakes, and I'm here tonight to talk about mostly health issues that our residents are concerned about. I'm a member of the Maylands Clear Water Alliance, and all of our residents have expressed concern about health issues. So I'll get to that. Okay. In the December 15, 2023 report by GHD,
Sorry, Ms. Edgar.
the review noted...
Sorry, Ms. Edgar.
Sorry?
So you have 3 questions?
Yes.
So is this going to be framed as a question?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yes. So the review noted that the Lake Burley's algal bloom or cyanobacteria has been dominated by harmful microcystins. Microcystins aguilerosa, if you want to know the actual name, since 2021. But they have been there since testing began. And I guess the issue for us is we've been putting up with those health issues which cause cancers, degenerative brain issues, stomach, skin, and other health issues. I just cannot believe that the council expects us to put up with this for another 5 years before you come up with a result.
I'm sorry to cut you off, but
Yes.
we did have deputations last week.
Yes,
That
so
sounds
I'm
like a
asking
deputation.
the question.
Please.
Yes, so the question is, when are we going to have a result?
Okay, thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, the report that's before the council tonight is looking at getting approval to commence the development of the master plan to bring permanent resolution to the issue that's faced out there. But it also, what the city is planning to do is to continue the treatment that it's been undertaking so far and to continue those into the future. So that involves, treating midge and doing water testing and undertaking all the activities that we've been doing so far. What we're also proposing in the officer recommendation to council is to basically go out for expressions of interest to basically go out and see if we can get some pumping and filtration looked at and have some proposals come forward to council, and that is something that we're proposing to undertake straight away if council approves that that recommendation. So
how soon is straight away?
So what we're looking at is getting expressions of interest. So we'll get basically proposals to come forward and basically take those to council and have a look at what's available out there. The intent is to basically go out there and filter the water and bring some relief in terms of those conditions that we're seeing out there.
Okay, thank you.
Yes.
So question number 2, I'm not sure if I'm actually working this properly. In December, I put forward 3 questions to council, and they were about the Brickworks lakes and whether or not it's safe for us to be spraying the water from Brickworks lakes around the parks reserves and around the residences. And I got a response back that said that it was safe. But in reading the report, it says that there's actually a higher nitrate and phosphate level in the Brickworks lake than either of the other 2 lakes. And we're spraying that water around the residences. So my question, and since then we've had reports from local residents that photographs of algal bloom in the last week in Brickworks lakes, and in November and December we had residents watching people pulling algal material out of the lakes. So my question is, can you reassure us that the Brickworks lakes is being tested and that there are no harmful microcystins in that water source that you are spraying and we're breathing in every day?
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, The Brickworks lake is also included with the testing. So what we do test for is the range of, bacteria and other algal material in there, but we also test for toxins in there because it's the toxins that's probably the biggest concern. We are testing that and we are monitoring it, and we'll take action if anything appears in that water. So, for example, we might switch off the fountain, the aerator in there if it's found that there are toxins and it's a risk.
Okay, so when was the last time there was testing done on that lake?
Through the chair, I don't have the dates, but it was fairly recent. I mean, we're doing regular testing of the water.
Okay. All right, and the final question that I have is perhaps to help find a solution. I do know that there was an amendment to the original agenda about plans to go ahead with different works on the lakes, but I'd like to put forward this idea and ask if it's possible. So, to reduce the time frame for finding a solution and so that works can get underway sooner rather than later, could the city put out expressions of interest to remediate the lakes without a scope of preferred options? And then have the SAP review the expressions of interest provided and then provide an assessment to the city and the residents or the community.
Do you want to respond to that, Director?
Through the chair, basically the report that's being presented to council tonight is based on the direction that was taken back in the December 2023 meeting. If there are other ways of dealing with the project, it's something that council can consider tonight. I mean, so council will be making a decision on the matter, so it could be considered potentially.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Yes, one of you.
Ian Edwards, 12 Catalina Cove, Maylands. My questions are regarding item 10.3.1, Maylands Lakes. The first one regards the scientific advisory panel. The city's proposal for the master plan draws heavily on the recommendations of the scientific advisory panel and embeds the panel as a critical component in the delivery of a successful outcome. The scientific advisory panel was formed by Urbaqua, is facilitated by Urbaqua and includes an Urbaqua scientist. The city committed $1.7 million in 2017 on Urbaqua recommendations that have been unsuccessful. And now some of these recommendations have been recycled by the scientific advisory panel, and I outlined those in my deputation last week. The scientific advisory panel is also the exclusive domain of career scientists and lacks the engineering balance we need to get that we need to actually get something done on this. We've had lots and lots and lots of scientists look at this. As a result, SAP wished to, and I quote from their minutes, undertake a multi-year study to determine the best options.
Sorry, Ms. Edward, do you need to go
Yes,
get to the
most
question?
disappointingly, SAP also contains community members that don't live in or consult the community. Given these significant issues with SAP's composition and its performance to date, does the city truly believe SAP will provide the timely and effective solution that the residents urgently need?
Thank you. I will go to the Director.
Through the chair, to develop the master plan, we are looking at engaging a consultant. So the first step is to take the scope and go out and basically find a consultant that's got the appropriate skill set to deliver the master plan. That process, in terms of delivering the master plan, that will be overseen by the scientific advisory panel. What we're expecting the consultant to do is they need to have the full set of expertise, so they need to cover a range of disciplines. So it's not just in one particular field. We expect them to cover a whole range, and if they don't cover it, then they probably have to bring in that expertise as well, because at the end of the day, it's the consultant that will be preparing the master plan.
My question is regarding the panel, not the consultant. Sorry, I don't feel you're answering.
Well, I have belief in the scientific advisory panel to
even
be
after
able to,
what I've presented to you.
We can.
That's okay. I think he responded. The director has trust
I didn't
in
think
the
you
panel.
responded to the question, but that's okay.
Any second question?
My second question regards community consultation, which is a very important part of the process being put forward. In the last 8 years, community consultation has almost exclusively occurred in private meetings and correspondence between City of Bayswater officers and the Friends of Maylands Lakes. The last community briefing from the City of Bayswater on the lakes was 3 years ago. For the last 2 years, Friends of Maylands Lakes and the City of Bayswater have been secretly collaborating on a water mixing trial, a plan to spray the golf course and surrounding areas with cyanotoxins, a plan that the community and public knew nothing about. Does the City consider the Friends of Maylands Lakes views and ideas to be sufficiently representative of residents? And is this current process providing sufficient transparency that the community needs going forward?
Thank you for your question. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, in the addendum that's been released that goes with the officer report, it has an amended officer recommendation in there that proposes, one of the limbs actually proposes that we carry out quarterly community forums to have that engagement with the community, so we can basically not just give information out but also get feedback from the community. So that's what's proposed. Yeah, we basically took on board the comments that were received at the deputations, at the agenda briefing forum, that people want more transparency, and that's what we're proposing going forwards.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Edwards. Mr. Secco, please.
Glenn Secco. I'm on Clarkson Road and Lake Brearley in Maylands. Before I ask my allotted 3 questions, if I may, I would like to thank Deputy Mayor Ellie Peterson-Pick, Councillor Nat Latter and Mayor Philomena Pifferetti for their time, commitment and engagement with the local community on these important issues. It's greatly appreciated.
Thank you.
I'd also like to thank the CEO and council officers for giving the residents and ratepayers the chance to have our voice, input and narrative on these important issues that greatly affect the lifestyle, amenity and well-being of our families, our neighbours around Maylands Lakes. Thank you. I should provide a short narrative to give context to my questions. The first one is in relation to the contamination of Lake Brearley by nesting cormorants. It is evident that the 200 to 250 nesting cormorants contribute significantly to the continued contamination of Lake Brearley. Based on studies and observations, they contribute 200 to 300 kilos of guano per season, which is high in nitrate, phosphate, potassium, and very similar to commercial fertiliser. In 2023, Claysbrook in East Perth was plagued by the contamination, stench and mess caused by nesting cormorants. This appeared to follow the deforestation of Cormorant Island in Lake Brearley. I've been in contact with the City of Perth, who have undertaken the removal of nests, the pruning of the trees, and even the greasing of branches to deter the cormorants from nesting. And this has been done under the licence from the Department of Biodiversity and Conservation. Up to today, this has worked. I note that the nesting cormorants have returned to the two islands of Lake Brearley, which again will result in contamination of the lake during winter and spring. Cormorants will generally nest in higher branches of established trees. Pruning the trees instead of removing them may be a solution to this ongoing problem.
Mr. Secco, your question is?
Yes, the question is, the council undertake periodic pruning of the trees and shrubs around the area. The question is, what plans does the council have to relocate the nesting cormorants and reduce the contamination of Lake Brearley?
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, you're probably aware that we have tried some different techniques. We did clear the island that was out there, and we also trialled an acoustic device that worked for a very short period of time and then didn't work anymore. But we are still looking at different methods of moving the cormorants on. Probably what's important to note is that the great cormorant is a protected bird, and we do need to liaise with the Department of Biodiversity, Conservation and Attractions to basically make sure that, that we liaise with them and work out the best way of trying to move them on, and that we use the appropriate methods. So we are exploring that, and we're going to continue to explore it and to work out a way how we can solve that issue.
Have you looked at the pruning of the trees and removing of the nests on the other two islands?
It will be something we will look into.
Okay, yeah, thank you. My second question is about the water mixing trials. The Friends of Mayland Lakes proposed a scheme 18 months ago to irrigate the Maylands Golf Course with water from Lake Bearley and possibly Lake Bungana. This was proposed before it was discovered that Lake Bearley was contaminated with 200 to 400 times the safe levels of cyanobacteria, which can cause motor neuron disease and other health issues. The majority of the local community did not support this proposal at the briefing session in March 2024. The use of millions of litres of bore water with the aquifer to refill the lakes would not be sustainable or environmentally sound. It is more important to implement a long-term solution than a quick, possibly negative solution. The stakeholders, I asked that whether the stakeholders, which are the golfers, the professional pros, the Maylands Golf staff, and local residents around the lakes have been surveyed on what how they feel about this water mixing trial.
I will go to the director.
Through the chair, we haven't conducted a survey as such in terms of going out to residents and golfers and so forth. But what I can say is that with the addendum that's been that accompanies the report tonight, there is an amended recommendation in there from officers to not proceed with the water mixing trial.
Okay, that's great news, because if the press grabbed onto this, it would be stopped, I believe, before it even got started. My third question is in relation to the water pumping, filtration and treatment plant solution. At a previous Council of Bayswater meeting, the CEO was requested and approved the inclusion of the water pumping and filtration system as a viable long-term solution to the contamination of Maylands lakes. I was surprised to find that it was only noted in the proposals put forward by the study group. It does seem to be the most affordable long-term solution and seems to address all the issues of providing enough clean, treated, oxygenated water, addressing the water temperature differences, addressing the thermoclines and providing water movement to the lakes. I believe that the council has now looked at the community's concerns and requests for this solution. When do you think it would be implemented?
I will go to the director.
Through the chair, I mean, the recommendation to council in the amended officer's recommendation suggests that that we go out straight away for expressions of interest to look at pumps and filtration as an option, and then we report back to council with the outcomes of that.
Would there be chemical dosing included in that pumping and filtration as well?
We can do so. So what we'll do is we're not going to narrow it down too much. We will look at all different options when it comes to pumps and filtration, including dosing if required.
Yeah. Thanks very much for your time.
Thank you for your questions. Yes, any other questions? Yes, please.
Good evening, everybody. My name's Craig Ashton, and I live in Maylands. My I have two questions. They really relate to the Maylands Lakes Environmental Restoration Master Plan. The first question relates to project management. Currently, management of activities is opaque. there's a lot of ambiguity and uncertainty about what is and what is not being done about the lakes. This was apparent at the briefings meeting on the 23rd of April based on the questions asked by councillors. Our question, would council, and this is really a request as well, would council please instruct the city to prepare a plan on a page that really shows the key work streams, the deliverable milestones and the key decisions and actionees. It's a simple Gantt chart on one page. This is an essential tool for management of any project. It should be updated at for each council meeting to track progress, identify issues and define what must be done to get the plan back on track. And it could also be used and made available to the community, which would be an excellent communication tool.
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, that is possible. That's probably good project management practice, is to maintain a Gantt chart and track it. Not just a Gantt chart, but a tracking Gantt chart. So it is something that we'll be considering and implementing.
Thank you. Thanks. My second question was touched on earlier, but it wasn't complete. It was really around the selection of the consultants. Selection of appropriate consultants is essential for the success of the project. We need someone that has a track record of project management and delivery. We also need to ensure that the consultant has not advised on this matter before due to the unsuccessful track record. My question is, what checks will the city take to ensure that the consultant is capable with a track record of success? What process and criteria will be followed for shortlisting? When will a consultant be selected?
Thank you. I will go to the director to respond.
Through the chair, we'll go through a robust tender process. So to do that, we need to have the specifications. It's not just about the actual scope, but it's also about making sure that the people who submit for the tender, that they provide all the information that's necessary for us to be able to determine that they're the most appropriate person or company to undertake the work. So there'll be a whole range of what they call qualitative criteria that will be attached to that will assess and go through. They'll have to submit a fair bit of information in terms of what other projects they've done and what their capabilities are and what skill sets they have and resources they have to be able to put towards this project. And also, we also want to know that, that they have got the time and the resources to do it, not just that they have it in the company, but we also want to make sure that they do afford the right amount of time for this type of work. So we'll have those processes. I mean, we conduct tenders quite regularly because that's part of our business that we do, so we'll make sure that we have the right process in place.
Thanks. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other questions? Please.
Hello, councillors. My name's Craig Rothleitner, residing in Cardinia. My questions are regarding item 10.3.1, Maylands Lakes Environmental Restoration Master Plan Scope. Before I ask my questions, may I ask, I've handed out some information tonight on brochures of the relevant products to capture the stormwater waste at source, and we've also supplied you with some information on nutrient loadings found in drains. I have to state that the stormwater filtration device that we're talking about here, hang on, this is part of a question.
So please, I think you should go to the question. Deputations and you were here, it was last week.
All right, well,
please.
Firstly, I have provided, so during the last council meeting on the 23rd of April, the Director of Infrastructure made a clear statement that all options would be put on the table by the SAP, no matter how silly, and would be discounted as possible or not during your process. At-source technology has been available since 2014, when we achieved fit-for-purpose approval by the West Australian Department of Water. My first question, why was at-source technology not considered? However, before you answer that, please keep in mind that the Australian Water Association, WOLGA, IPWEA and the Stormwater Industry Associations have all been well aware of this technology since 2015.
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, the scientific advisory panel did look at a whole range of options, and any one of those members could bring ideas to that forum. In terms of your particular product, yeah, we did have on the panel, we did have a drainage expert on there in Bill Teal. So in terms of your particular product, I don't recall it being raised, but I'm sure that, I mean, all areas were looked at, including...
Sorry, I have a question. Sorry, is this a question appropriate for council? I'm just a bit nervous about, you know, commercial arrangements and commercial products.
The CEO, would you like to comment?
Through you, Chair, the question was in relation to, has the SAP considered at-source technology, which is a fairly broad question, and the director's trying to explain the SAP consideration of the at-source technology as an option and the consideration during the couple of meetings that the SAP met. So I think the director is responding to the question.
Apologies, thank you.
So in terms of the SAP, they did look at a whole range of issues, including stormwater systems and whether there's nutrients coming through from the stormwater system. So it was something that was discussed, not necessarily in terms of the type of product you're offering, but it was discussed as, in terms of whether it is something that's going to be explored further.
Okay. If I just may state, there is no other technology available globally in this space. I am the only proven at-source technology, if I just make that comment. Question 2. At last week's meeting, when the Deputy Mayor raised the issue of a possible conflict of interest, I do not believe this has been resolved. The relationship between a SAP member, the SAP facilitator, and the SAP clearly is a conflict. Please clarify the conflict between the facilitator, the SAP, and the SAP member first raised by the Deputy Mayor.
Thank you for your question. I will go to the director. Are you able to respond? I will go to the CEO.
Yeah, through you, presiding member, I think the issue of a conflict of interest is something that we have satisfied that we don't believe there was a conflict of interest at the time, and the city and as the CEO we were satisfied with that. And my understanding through you, presiding member, is that we responded accordingly at the agenda briefing forum last week in relation to that.
Thank you. Your third question, please.
Okay. Is the council aware that the SAP, one of the SAP members is actually a director of a director of the facilitator's company? Are they aware of that?
The CEO, would you like to respond?
Through you, presiding member, yes, they're aware of that.
Okay. That's all I need. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much
time.
for your questions.
Thank you.
Any other questions, please?
It'll be a long evening, I think. Thank you. Michael Limon from Maylands. Firstly, I just want to acknowledge the South Ward councillors in the effort that they've made to engage with the community and develop a deeper understanding of the Maylands Lakes issues. So my questions relate to 10.3.1, the Maylands Lake Environmental Restoration Master Plan. 2 brief questions. So the SAP recommended one of the top 5 options was to consider connecting the lakes to the Swan River. In the background information, the city states that the lakes drain into the Swan River and impact this important regional river system. My question is, does the city have a reference to indicate how this impacts the river? Is there a technical report or a study or data that demonstrates that it has an impact on the river?
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Can I refer this matter to the Environment Manager?
Yes, please, to the manager.
Thank you, through the chair. The feedback we have received is from the Department of Biodiversity, Conservations and Attractions. There's been an observed impact to the river via a plume. We do not have an exact amount of impact at this point in time. It is something we're looking to clarify through development of the master plan.
Thank you.
I think questions about, again, about the background information, the external consultation. The document states that committee members from Friends of Maylands Lakes and Maylands Clearwater Alliance have been consulted as part of monthly meetings. Can you tell me how many meetings those two groups have attended with the city over the past 12 months?
Are you referring to the agenda? To the meeting agenda, right?
I'm referring to the agenda item and a statement on the external consultation that's been undertaken with respect to that.
Thank you. I'll get the director to clarify.
Can I clarify where that reference is?
It's on page, at the bottom of page 364.
Hard copy, it's page 464 at the bottom,
sorry.
external consultation, the second dot point.
Through the chair, I believe that's basically referring to the fact that that we had members from those groups sitting on the SAP.
No, the first point relates to the SAP. It quite clearly talks about the SAP, but then it talks separately about monthly meetings with the committee members from Friends of Maylands Lakes and Maylands Clearwater Alliance. So that's a different process.
I will go to the CEO.
Yeah, through the chair, I think you're correct in what you're saying with the SAP, but I think the intention of the report and the way that the administration has written it, which is probably incorrect, is misleads. But the intent is that the Friends of and the Clearwater Alliance were part of the monthly meetings that the SAP held over that period of time to inform this agenda item tonight.
The SAP didn't hold monthly meetings, they just held 2 workshops.
Sorry?
The SAP did not hold monthly meetings, they held 2 workshops.
And through you, Chair, as I stated, the intent of that was for the Clearwater Alliance and the Friends of as part of that SAP. So I take your comments on board, but that was the intention behind the report.
Okay, thank you.
No further questions. Thank you. Any other questions on items on the agenda, please? Mr. Trott.
Firstly, can I just thank the city for its persistence with the midge problem. Over Christmas, we had a fairly midge-free period around the lakes, and since it's been, the numbers have risen again, but lately they've dropped off, and I think it really is being contained much better than it was previously. And I think that's largely to the efforts of the city in trialling new methods of controlling them. So thank you for that. Secondly, before I ask my question, if I may, it's disappointing that the answer to why the Friends of Maylands Lakes was meeting secretively over some months about the mixing project. It's fair to say that the city is well aware that the Friends of Maylands Lake was in fact gagged. We were told we couldn't go out there and tell the community what was happening at those meetings. So I want that to be clear on the record. And it's disappointing that the city didn't say that in response to the question. My question is that we have meeting minutes from an October meeting with the city between the Friends of Marlands Lake and the city, stating that the city would investigate options drain by drain for filtering stormwater entering the lakes. Can the city advise how many drains have since been investigated and what filtration solutions have been implemented?
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, we actually we have a study that's occurring for water sensitive urban design across the entire city. With that study, that also incorporates.
Sorry, could you speak a little bit louder, please? I'm a bit hard of hearing.
Sorry, we have a study that's been undertaken regarding water sensitive urban design and implementation for treatment at our stormwater systems. That is being carried out across the entire city. That will also incorporate the Maylands Lakes. In terms of actual drains that we've implemented so far around the Maylands Lakes, I think there's only one that has water sensitive urban design that's been implemented on the southern end of Lake Brearley. But in terms of other areas, we're waiting for that study to be finished, and then we can start looking at what other measures we can implement.
Thank you. Any further questions?
Yeah, can I just ask, this was back in October 22, why has this taken so long?
Through the chair, some of these processes take time because they are big projects. We are looking at a whole range of stormwater systems across the city. We're not just talking about one small area, we're talking about the entire city over a fairly large area. A lot of drains. We're also looking at living streams and open channels as part of that, not just stormwater pits and pipes.
It's widely documented that a key factor contributing to the condition of Lake Brearley is the extent of hard-boiled edges and lack of sedges. Each summer, large areas on the perimeter of the lake become high and dry, begging for sedges to be planted. But every year the same story. No mature sedges available because no money to forward purchase them for the coming summer. I acknowledge a small amount of additional funds were provided for sedge planting this year. However, my question is, why won't the city commit sufficient funds to purchase the required amount of sedges to substantially increase the vegetation in the lake and soften the hard edges? And please don't tell me this is going to be part of the SAP deliberations and it'll be 3 or 4 years' time.
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, we've undertaken some planting since the water's been low. So I had that discussion with our natural environment team. They've said they've been out there, they've planted, they've put in some larger plants, ones that when the water does rise, the plants won't be drowned out. Because I know in the past there's been some smaller plants put in, and once the water's come up, it's drowned the plants. So we've actually put some larger plants in there. We've expended all the funds we have this current financial year, and we've already placed the order for further planting that's going to occur in August.
It doesn't really answer my question. I'm saying, why can't we plan ahead for, say, next summer and say a substantial amount of money will be made available to actually plant out those large areas that are very exposed at the present time, so that when the water rises, the sedges will be above it, and we'll finally have a few soft edges in Lake Brearley, which is the one which is screaming out for sedges.
Thank you. So the city noted the comment. Any further questions?
That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other questions, please?
Kevin Hammersley, Toura Court, Maylands. I'm speaking as Chair of the Friends of Maylands Lakes. As you would be aware, the Friends of Maylands Lakes Committee has notified the CEO that we are discontinuing or pausing the water mixing project to ensure that the city can move immediately onto a pumped filtration solution. Question: will the city now prioritise pump filtration and have it urgently implemented and urgently implement the most efficient system available?
Thank you. I will go to the director.
Through the chair, the addendum that's before council has an amended officer recommendation in there that states that, that we're basically recommending that we go out for expressions of interest straight away regarding pumps and filtration, and that will be brought back to council.
Second question in relation to the addendum. I note active treatments and measures. One of those is Phoslock. Can you tell us how often Phoslock is applied, what form it's in, and in what quantities?
Director.
Can I refer that to the Environment Manager?
Through the chair, the city hasn't applied any Phoslock for the last financial year. It was applied previously and it didn't result in any positive outcomes. We're since reviewing additional ways we can manage treatment. Having said that, we do note there is a budget provision gone up for the draft budget for the application of water additives. This Phoslock, in addition to other options, will be assessed and implemented. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, so Phoslock's not being applied as a treatment. That's okay, sorry.
Through the chair, it has not been applied in this financial year.
Okay.
Thank you.
Lastly, the community has lost faith in the city's ability to progress solutions on the lakes and are very concerned about the communications to the community. How will the city restore the community's faith and improve communication, particularly in relation to the SAP?
I'll go to the CEO, thank you.
Yeah, through you, Chair. In the addendum that we've put forward this evening, we've listened to the feedback from the Agenda Briefing Forum last week. We're proposing through this addendum that there'll be quarterly forums to provide the community with updates on the progress around the SAP. There's an additional amendment to that will be raised by the Deputy Mayor in relation to making sure that the minutes of any SAP meetings are made available to the community immediately after the meetings, noting that the process that we undertook last time wasn't good enough. Another thing that we're doing as well is since the Agenda Briefing Forum last week, the City's executive has met and we're doing a strategic communications plan to make sure that we can get relevant information out to the community in a more timely manner that's relevant to the community as well. So there's a number of things that we've taken on board and we're implementing, Deputy Mayor.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on items on the agenda, please?
James Miles, Maylands. It's 10.3.1. Sorry to rehash this, but in the interest of good governance, the city's code of conduct and governance framework necessitate not just that actual conflicts of interest are managed and monitored, but that perceived conflicts of interests are registered and monitored. Could the city describe the process that is followed for disclosing conflicts of interest and exactly how they're monitored?
Are you referring to the SAP, Scientific Advisory Panel in particular?
Perhaps just in general.
In general. Yeah, please, Manager of Governance.
Through the chair. So when city officers are preparing reports for council, there is a process that they follow to declare conflicts, any conflict of interest that they may have, and the council are advised of those conflicts of interest. When the city goes out for procurement processes, there is also a conflict of interest process that's followed there, both for anyone making a submission or a tender, they have to declare any conflicts of interest, and again, city officers that are assessing or evaluating that tender have to declare conflicts of interest. In general, in our day-to-day work practices, city employees, there is a process for them to follow to declare conflicts of interest.
And would consultants be included in that?
Through the chair, so when a consultant, for example, applies, prepares a submission for a tender or a quotation, certainly there is a conflict of interest form that they are asked to fill out. I'm not sure that I can comment in respect to the Scientific Advisory Panel.
Okay, undoubtedly there is a perceived conflict of interest here, given that the facilitator of the panel is a director of ABACWA, a member of the panel is a director of ABACWA, and the city has recently, on the 20th of the 3rd, paid ABACWA for environmental testing and sampling $17,600. When that payment was made, what monitoring took place in relation to this perceived conflict of interest?
The city will take this on notice and will look into all those questions with regards to the conflict of interest, with regards to the SAP and the facilitators, so we can actually provide public information how the city has been dealing with this.
Sure.
Thank you.
Just to be clear, I'm not saying there's an actual conflict, but there's a perceived conflict that should be monitored.
Thank you.
My final question, on page 387 of the agenda, there's a table, results of multi-criteria assessment that the scientific advisory panel used to put forth 5 preferred options. Could the city or anyone explain how these assessment criteria and how they were assessed? Perhaps by way of example, row 2 has a score naturalness of solution of 3, and row 4 has a score of 2. Could anyone describe what the difference is and why those scores are as they are?
Thank you. The director, can you respond to that?
Through the chair, I probably don't have the specific information for those ones, but what I can say is that it was workshopped, so all panel members were there, including the community members, were there and will basically come to a consensus. So there was basically, it was debated over what score should be given to those. So there was a process that was followed and it was facilitated, and they're basically the results that came out of that process.
Okay, so there's no defined criteria for the naturalness of the solution being low, medium or high?
Through the chair, there was, and basically it also looked at comparing the different, basically the different treatments. There was a comparison to see which ones, you know, in terms of trying to scale it anyway. So there was a process. It's probably hard to explain in terms of how it worked, but it was facilitated. It was something that was used previously at other types of workshops of this nature.
Sitting outside of the panel and reading this, it just seems overly subjective, given that row 2 requires recirculation of lake water and the floating wetlands wouldn't require any mechanical input, how it can be less natural than the solution that does require mechanical recirculation. But I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions on items on the agenda? No. We will move to any questions.
Sorry, Acting Mayor, can I just, sorry, whilst the questions were happening, I just realised there is an item that I wanted to disclose a further interest on. Item 13, new business of an urgent nature. It refers to calling on the Australian government to take a particular action. So I just wanted to say I have an impartiality interest. My husband works for Minister Madeleine King within the Australian government, and so it's an impartiality interest. In that circumstance, I will remain in the room and disclose that interest. And also on the Frank Drago soccer precinct item, I'm just looking for the number, 10.3.2, also in addition to what I stated earlier, I'm a social member of the Bayswater Bowls Club as well, which affects that sporting club. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ipsum?
Sorry, now's the time to do it as well. So I've got a declaration that I just need to make regards to 10.1.3. It's an important one because it's a proximity interest. That's why I want to raise it. So it's the 2024 annual general meeting. It's specific to motion 6. I just noticed it when reading through the run sheet more thoroughly. My home is located on the road that's mentioned in AGM motion 6 in the run sheet, so I'll probably have to leave the room for that one. I'm not sure how that's being dealt with, so whether it's individual or for the whole item, but I'll seek your guidance when it's appropriate.
Okay, well, we'll get to that. We'll discuss that. Questions on items on the agenda? Anything on the agenda? No. Questions not on items on the agenda. So first I'll start with Mr. Bouzidis, please. Yeah, that's it.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. My question refers to the security cameras in public places. Over the years, I have witnessed many interesting things happen at Robert Thompson Reserve. The city has installed several security cameras in strategic locations at the park. A couple of weeks ago, we had a group of about 20 beefy men who appeared to be part of a gang, all dressed in black, gathered around the barbecue and drinking alcohol. I've been told by other residents that members of this group were responsible for graffitiing doors on the building and the pavement at the park. The building has a security camera with a direct view of these graffiti doors. I called the Ranger's office the following morning and asked about the security footage being referred to police. I was told that security camera footage was available to police only if requested by them, and that the council continued to remove graffiti without initiating police involvement, despite evidence being available to help identify the vandals. My understanding is that the police procedure is to keep photographed graffiti tags on file, and if a tagger is caught, they are charged with a string of offences. My first question is there any reason why the council does not refer graffiti offences to police, especially when there is video evidence available?
Thank you for your question. I'll go to the Director of Community Services.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, through you, and thank you for the question. It's probably it's not a singular question. So firstly, in terms of reporting graffiti to police, that's something that we can look into, and I'll look into that for you. That's not a problem. With respect to the CCTV component, as part of budget considerations, we are looking to upgrade our CCTV. It's not... It's more difficult to extract the footage from our current CCTV cameras and readily provide that to police. So our practice is that when the police request it, we will provide it. We don't actively provide it because it's resource intensive at this stage. However, in terms of looking into the future, we would be seeking to integrate our CCTV cameras and the footage directly into the police server, so they'll have access 24/7, which would assist in these types of situations.
Thank you. Can I ask how long the recording loop is, and do these security cameras run 24/7?
Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Deputy Mayor. Depending on which cameras they are and where they are, the footage is held principally on servers, which is an older technology type. Typically, CCTV footage is held in the cloud now, and it's easier to transmit. When it's held on servers, we can hold it indefinitely, and in some cases 30 days or beyond. However, the element to that is extracting the footage, again, is resource intensive at this stage, and that's something that we're seeking to rectify through budget considerations.
Okay, thank you. My final question is, may I request that the city review its procedure regarding the reporting of criminal activity to the police, in this case being graffiti, as part of displaying itself as a good corporate citizen engaged in addressing crime within our community? In other words, can the City of Bayswater initiate the contact with the police when there is something that is of a criminal nature, rather than waiting for the police to come to the City of Bayswater and saying something serious has happened in this location? Can we access your documentation, your footage?
Thank you. I will go to the Director.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. So firstly, with the CCTV footage, the future looks like we will be able to integrate into the police system. So they will have access to that. With respect to reporting individual incidents to the police, if the police and rangers are called to a situation, they interact with one another. So effectively, it's reported through that process. With respect to graffiti, I'm happy to take that on board. I'm not sure in terms of the police processes whether it has to be an individual who reports a certain incident or whether the city can. However, I will note that we hold regular meetings with the OIC at Bayswater and Morley, who are continually updated in terms of the intelligence that we gather and vice versa. So we do have that ongoing relationship. But I take on board the graffiti aspect and I'll consider that with the staff. Thank you.
I believe the city can upload directly and create a police report by initiating it themselves.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions on items not on the agenda? Please.
Michael Limon, Maylands. My question relates to the Maylands Interpretive Centre. That was subject to a 5-year lease a few years ago, and it was leased on a peppercorn lease, so $1 per annum, to a private company with the intention of reactivating the foreshore. That building has been empty for at least 12, if not 18 months. So I guess my question is does the city have any plans to discuss with the business owner about their intentions and whether there's an opportunity to re-let this building to another not-for-profit organization that might be needy? I understand there's quite a long list of organizations that are looking for places.
I have raised this issue with the city a few months ago, but I will go to...
Sorry, Deputy Mayor, which building are we referring to?
This is the Subtonic has a lease that was awarded by the council I think a few years ago at the Maylands Interpretive Centre, which is in the Peninsula, after Peninsula Farm, Trenby Reserve.
So it kind of sits in between the tennis courts and Peninsula Farm?
We can.
I mean, I'm aware of the building, and I remember the lease when it went through council. Can we take this on notice and look into it, and we'll explore it further.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yep. Any other questions? Yes, please.
Sorry, Diane from Maylands. I just thought while that gentleman was mentioning things about police and the city, that we recently had a vehicle driving up and down our street with no number plates front or back, and it was reported to the police, but the rangers were there at the time that the car was there, and we spoke to the rangers about the vehicle. It had been, suspicious vehicle on our street, no registration, and the rangers said it was a matter for the police and left. So I think really there should be some more engagement there, and I'm wondering what engagement and what is the process and so on that the rangers have to follow.
Okay, thank you. I will take it to the director. Yeah.
Thank you, through you, Deputy Mayor, and thank you for the feedback with respect to our rangers. In that instance, if a vehicle is driving without its registration, then that is a police matter and it would need to be reported to the police. If it was an abandoned vehicle that is stationary without its plates, that is something that we can deal with in terms of its removal. So I apologise if that was not expressed and explained, and certainly something that we'll look to improve on is our education with our residents with respect to what the demarcation point is between police and our ranger services.
Yes, thank you. I think that was also, the other issue was that car ended up camping overnight in one of our parking spaces down on the Maylands foreshore there. So that also is an issue.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? No, thank you. Councillors, the city has received questions in writing from a few ratepayers. Councillors, the questions and responses are listed in your run sheet, and I will take those as read. The questions and responses will also be provided in the minutes for this evening. We will move to section 7, confirmation of minutes. We will now move to confirm the minutes from the ordinary council meeting of 26 March 2024 with the amendments to the foreshadowed motion for item 10.4.2, proposed change of day for annual Australia Day citizenship ceremony and awards as shown in the agenda. Can I please have a mover to move the minutes with that amendment? Councillor Leder, any seconder? Councillor Palmer, thank you. Any comments? No, I will put it to the vote. All in favour? It is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Section 8, presentations. Petitions. Do any councillors have a petition to table? Councillor Leder, you have a petition. Can you first read the petition?
I have a petition to the City of Bayswater. This petition to the City of Bayswater is to stop 50 extra parking bays being installed at the area between the Maylands boat ramp to the playground equipment. The parklands are a valuable asset to the community and the encroachment of extra car bays is deplorable and unnecessary.
Thank you. You can give a copy if you want to the CEO. How many people signed the petition? Do you know?
I think it's around 140, but I'm not sure if all of them are eligible. Some are on the back, so the city will have to determine how many valid signatures there are. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other petitions? No. Can I please have a mover and seconder to accept the petition? Councillor Palmer moving, Councillor Leder is seconding. Any comments? No, I'll put it to the vote. All in favour? This is unanimous. Thank you. I'm also wondering if we should close and turn off the mic. Thank you. Presentations. There are no presentations this evening. Deputations were held at last week's agenda briefing forum. There are no delegates' reports this evening. Section 9, method of dealing with agenda business. We will now move to method of dealing with agenda business, and pulling first this evening is Councillor Bull. If we can, councillors, list them. Nothing to pull? Thank you. Anything to pull, please, councillors, slowly, so we can capture them. Councillor Clark? Councillor Johnson?
Thank you. Item 10.1.2 for the amendment as listed in the run sheet. I have a question on 10.1.3.5. Sorry. Say that again. 10.1.3, it's on the AGM, so item 5 from the electors AGM. 10.1.4 to move the amendment that I've listed. 10.1.6 for the same reason. I have a question on 10.1.7, please. And I think 10.3.3. 10.5.1.7 for the amendment that I've got listed, and my own, of course, 11.3.
Sorry, what is the last one?
Just the it's in the notices of motion 11.3.
It's yours. Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Councillor Maleka? None. Councillor Sosowski? Sorry, Councillor Johnson, if you can just... Thank you.
Thank you. Mine is 10.2.4, rates exemption, Housing Choices Western Australia Limited. It's just to pull the item to vote against it. And 10.4.2, the fee waiver for Moorbay Incorporated, again pulling the item to just vote against it.
Okay, so sorry, so 10.2.4. And, sorry, the second one? Fee waiver?
It was 10.4.2, the
Thank
fee
you.
waiver.
Councillor Ibsen? None. Councillor Palmer?
10.1.7, I know there's a question there, but I was, if I can pull it, I'll pull it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Leder?
Thank you. 10.2.5.
Anything else?
Have you pulled yet?
No, I will pull after you.
I'll let
Thank you. Okay, so I will pull the Maylands Lakes item. And I think that's it. Thank you, councillors. We will now move to consideration of the reports in section 10 of the agenda. Can I please have a mover and seconder to bring forward items subject to deputations in the following order: 10.1.2, 10.1.3, 10.3.1, 10.1.9, and 10.2.5. Can I please have a mover? Councillor Sosowski, a seconder. Councillor Palmer, any comments? No. All in favour, please raise your hand. It is unanimous. Thank you.
Sorry,
we will
Acting Mayor, can I just ask, given we've moved things around on the agenda, are you able to be really clear about which item we're going to? Just so
Yes, please. I'll do it slowly as
manage.
much
Thank
as
you.
I can, please. We are starting now with item 10.1.2, review of CAT Local Law 2022. It was pulled by Councillor Georgia Johnson. And I think you have an alternative motion.
Thank you. I'd like to move the alternative motion that's been circulated in the run sheet.
Okay, so we'll have it on the screen so the public gallery can also see it. Councillor, would you like to, if not read everything, explain or...
Would you like me to read the amendment?
Yes, read the amendments. Let's start with
Okay.
that, yes.
So amendment is to Lim 1, which is to now, which I'm proposing to request the CEO to prepare a draft keeping and control of CATS Amendment Local Law 2024 for public consultation in accordance with section 3.12 of the Local Government Act to incorporate by reference the wording of clause 3.2 CATS in other places from the Shire of Northam CAT Local Law 2019 under section 82 of the CAT Act 2011. Essentially, that's moving option 1 in the officer's report. The rest of the item is the same. Sorry, could I move an amendment to Lim 3 for the draft annual budget to be increased to $100,000, please?
Okay, so that has changed.
Thank you. Then Lim 4 is to request the Mayor to write to the Minister for Local Government and the Department of Local Government, Sports, Cultural Industries to seek confirmation of the timeline for the review of the CAT Act 2011 and some other advocacy to Walga, requesting that the Walga East Metropolitan Zone members, myself, Councillor Eveson and Deputy Members, Councillor Clark and Mayor Perfretti, to raise at the next Walga East Metropolitan Zone meeting a motion seeking for a more proactive and targeted approach to advocacy work being undertaken by Walga to support a review of the CAT Act and develop a model CAT local law. And the reason for change is to meet the community the expectations of the community, to use the momentum of the work that we've already done here at the city by the officers, council and community across the sector, and to reiterate the importance of keeping cats happy at home, which is something we hear so often from our community.
Thank you. Do we have seconder? Councillor Leder. Councillor Johnson, please.
Thank you. Although I've been sitting here for a while, I wasn't quite expecting to be speaking first, so forgive me. I don't really know what else I can say about cats. This item comes before us again because the last time we talked about cats, we said as soon as we were finished, done with it, we're going to start another review. So we now have this item in front of us to start another review. The reason that I'm proposing the amendment that I have is essentially that is what we did previously to put this item about from the Shire of Northam, from Northam's clause in our local law, I think is consistent with what we've heard from our community and what we have previously attempted to do in this place, in line with the advocacy we've heard all around the state. This motion, if I can speak to it more broadly, or do you just want me to speak to the amendments?
You are moving
Here I am.
everything with the amendments, so you can speak
Okay.
on everything.
So to speak more broadly, this is something that we have to resolve to do in parts as we have before, as this council and our community and our staff have done before, is we have to resolve to review our local cat law. We have to go back out to the community for consultation. Those things we've done before, and I don't expect they'll look very different to what we've heard before. In fact, more people will be interested in the protection of cats for the safety of their cats and the safety of our wildlife. We will have to then, the Joint Standing Committee of Delegated Legislation may well ask us to change it, and at that point we're going to have to say, I mean, the best thing we could do potentially in that hypothetical scenario would be to resolve not to change it and to really proceed with the intention that we have to protect our cats and protect our wildlife. And hope and with the other advocacy with our other local governments and to all the stakeholders and across the local government sector to continue to advocate for this and really reiterate to the state government and the standing committee, of course, that we need to be able to pass these rules. It's the expectation that we all have. And I think that's all I have to say. I'm just hoping that we can continue our work and support what's on the table. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Leder. Councillor Johnson, if you can just click thank you.
Thank you. I agree with all of that. And I guess I just want to add that, as Councillor Johnson said, it would be a shame to waste all of the work that we've done so far, all the engagement, and this is a way of meeting community expectations that we already know what those expectations are through the engagement that we've done in the past. It's also, appears to be the best way for us to achieve an outcome that does actually protect both cats and wildlife. I do think that we should explore how we can bolster the reasonableness of those changes for the Joint Standing Committee's consideration. And I think ideas like having a waiver period for enforcement so that people can adjust and adapt and have time to make those changes at home could be an important part of that, while we provide support in terms of subsidies for cat enclosures, workshops to help people build their own, things like that. Behaviour change takes time, and I think that it's important that we find ways to support people through that. But I support this, and I hope everybody else will too.
Thank you. Does any councillor want to speak against? Councillor Sosowski.
Thank you. I have a question.
Please.
Thank you. It's perhaps to the director. When we are having our discussions in regards to the budget, we've heard from the manager, and we've heard tonight too, that there's extra money going into this anyway. I think it was an extra 20,000 we were putting in this year. So we're going through the budget process, and tonight we're presenting the differential rates as well. So if we're suddenly throwing in an extra $50,000 just boom like that, what implication does that have to all of the work that we've currently done in preparing for the budget?
I will go to the Director of Finance.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor.
Services, sorry.
Through you. The councillor raises a good point. This council has gone through approximately 8 council-led business planning and budget workshops to identify priorities. This is an item where increased funding has been proposed in the 24-25 budget. A separate report is tabled tonight that takes the basis of the draft budget to propose rates. And at this stage in the process, we would need to look at our funding mechanisms to then incorporate an additional $50,000 should council wish to include this in the resolution. One of the strategies that would be most likely is that it is an adjustment to the amount that we need to draw from reserve to fund other capital projects to create capacity to add additional funds for this purpose.
And another question, if I may, please. Thank you. Is one of the strategies you've mentioned there is about removing it from reserves, and I'm also already quite fearful about how we might be removing money from reserves. Is one of the other strategies to remove stuff from the budget?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, that certainly is a strategy.
Okay, so have we had any suggestions from the councillor, or has the city provided any suggestions on the types of things that would need to be removed from the budget to incorporate the extra $50,000 in funding?
Through you, Deputy Mayor, I'm not aware if those conversations have taken place, but if this is resolved by the council this evening, we would then look at those options.
Thank you.
Thank you, that's all I have. Thank you.
Any councillor would like to speak against the item? Any councillor would like to speak in favour of the item? Councillor Palmer.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I feel that we've had a lot of discussions previously, we've had a lot of preparation, and I'm sure that we're sensible enough to find an extra $50,000 in municipal reserves and so forth. And if we can't do that, then we should all go home. So I think we can raise that. This is a very important issue. And if we can assist by giving it a little bit more economic support, we should. You know, at the moment, we have a bleaching of land, trees, and that is affecting all the animals. The cats are out there, and the animals that are surviving will be 50% less because of the change of climate. This is climate safety that we've got. It's a climate tragedy. So it's the cats on top of the climate. So I think we should look very wisely at producing that. Now, I have a letter here, and thank you to one of our residents, going to Honourable Patrick Gorman from Minister Tanya Plibersek. And what she says, however, the Australian government encourages 24/7 cat containment programs, desexing and microchipping of domestic cats and responsible pet ownership to protect native wildlife from the impact of domestic cats, and has continued these conversations with a range of government and non-government organisations with experience and expertise in domestic cat management. And when you say that, or when we say this, you can see the expense that's needed just for that. If you take your cat to a vet and you want all that done, you're looking at $1,000, if not more. So I think we've got to be sensible here. $50,000 is not going to wipe the floor. So I just feel very supportive, and I hope everybody does as well, because in doing this, we're genuinely supporting the Cat Act with all its preparation that the community has done. Thank you.
Thank you. Before I go to you, Councillor Eveson, just one clarification. Councillor Johnson, I've received advice from the city that we probably need to revise LIMP 3 to change notes to request, because the current draft doesn't actually, the recent draft is not,
It's still a draft. That's understood. Yes, thank you. Thank you.
We'll
If you
change to
could
request.
tidy those words up.
Thank you. Councillor Eveson?
Yeah, just a question to the city, probably on a similar point as Councillor Zdazowski. So, but he talked about costs. There's other costs that would be associated, so not just the $50,000 inclusion. There's staff time to go and re-engage. What do we have an estimate? Can we please on what that cost looks like? 'Cause we've got to go out to consultation again. It's my understanding, or but maybe just talk through that process and then some of the labour costs that are going to be consumed by this, if I could.
Can anyone provide some more information? Manager? Yeah.
Thank you, through the presiding member. So the report does talk about the resourcing required for a further amendment local law. So that process would take approximately 6 months. We estimate that it would take around 120 hours of officer time to prepare the amendment local law, undertake the community consultation, do the summary of submissions and present it back to the council. In addition to that, there will be the cost of the public notices, which are approximately $4,500. depending on what the council is looking for in terms of enforcement and education activities, there obviously would also be staff time in rolling out those programs as well.
And probably just so I can understand what this means, this motion, is this the same as what we've done before? So we're going to go out, re-engage. We've already got the consultation that was done previously. We're now going to go out again and ask the same question again. And the only difference being that we're going to cite Section 82, which says we can quote another local government. Is that the outcome?
Yep.
Through the presiding member. Yes, my understanding is that the amendment, the alternate motion moved by Councillor Johnson is to commence an amendment to the existing local laws. So essentially it would be an amendment to incorporate this clause from the Shire of Northam local law by reference. So what we did last time was we used the wording. This time we would actually cross-reference the Shire of Northam local law.
And just to clarify that, what I did hear was I'm fairly sure we had guidance or advice that says that it's very unlikely that this would change the outcome from the joint, the outcome that we would see at the end of this from the first round. Is that accurate?
Through the presiding member. This is a different mechanism that we're proposing to use to incorporate this clause into our amendment local law. But that doesn't mean that it doesn't still go through the same process where the Joint Standing Committee have to review the local law and it is open to them to still recommend disallowance to Parliament. Whether or not they will take a different view, given that we're using a different mechanism, I can't answer that.
And probably the last one, so I'd imagine, is there any reputational damage risk to the city in going down this process again?
Through the presiding member, the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation have made it quite clear in their previous annual reports, 21, 22 and 23, that their view is that local governments it's inconsistent with the CAT Act for local governments to include clauses in their local laws that seek to ban cats or control cats in public areas, apart from the things that are specifically listed in the CAT Act, which are around sterilisation and registration. So they've said in their annual reports that any clauses that seek to do those things are likely to be disallowed by the Standing Committee. But the cross-referencing or the incorporation by reference is not something that I have seen addressed by the Joint Standing Committee in their annual report.
All right. Look, I'll probably foreshadow a motion which is very similar to the officer's recommendation. It's probably a mix between the alternative. I just don't agree with dot point number 1 from what's on the table at the moment. I think I'd rather just follow the officer's recommendation with the additions of 4 and 5, which are seen on the screen there. So I'll foreshadow that one.
Okay. So, councillors, we also have a foreshadowed motion, which, as I understand, is the officer's accommodation with limb 4 and 5 from the alternative. Yep. Thank you. Any other councillors who would like to speak on the item? No. So, look, I'll make a few quick comments. I will support this. I will consistent, and I supported this last round, and I will do it again. I probably would have preferred not to add the funding at this stage. You know, I always prefer to refrain. However, I think in the grand scheme of this issue, this is a very minor issue here. I think the biggest issue is whether we are changing the local law or not, and I think we should. The impact on the environment is huge. We had so many facts from so many sources about that. I cannot ignore that. We had community consultation. The majority spoke very loud about the need to do that. We also received one legal advice through Mr. Dyke telling us that we can do this. But not only that, we're actually doing a different mechanism, as was explained by the manager, cross-reference, and I think we should try that. And most importantly, I think this issue should be discussed publicly in our parliament So everyone, all our residents have the right to see what our parliamentarians, what decisions they're making on this issue, and not hiding behind the Joint Standing Committee on Delegated Legislation as they're doing now. Everything is confidential around this committee, and I reject that. So I would like to see this going to Parliament and for them to make the decision on an issue that impacts all Perth Metro area and beyond. I will go to the mover to close.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I think you're right. I think this is an issue that is beyond our borders, and that's why we have to do everything that we can to raise this issue, because the state government has been dragging their heels on it and not responding to the things that they said they would do in a timely manner. It is well and truly beyond the borders of Bayswater. It is an issue that every local government is wrestling with, whether it's metro or regional. Essentially, to be clear, we're asking for a line in our local act talking about cats to be under effective control. And I think that's good for everyone, for the cats and the cat owners, and for our wildlife. We've heard that time and time again. I think I would encourage you to stay the course. Stay the course. We've done this, and just to keep going, because we will get there. And if every local government does this and has a crack and says it's important to them, we will get there. But this is our opportunity. We said we'd come back for a review, and this is our opportunity, really, just to stick up for what we believe in, to represent our community. And I definitely encourage you to support the advocacy that's absolutely essential to getting change in this area, is advocacy through the avenues that we have available to us through WALGA, and also obviously by directly approaching the Minister and the state government on this. The money, we'll sort it out through the budget process, but I'd just like to put that on the table. And I imagine with the time frame that the trapping will go on, but actually the money for the education that Councillor Natta referred to, and support for our community in looking after their cats will probably be, somewhere down the line, I imagine. Let's just do this thing. Thank you.
Thank you. I will put it to the vote. All in favour? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Leder, Councillor Johnson, and myself. All against? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Sasowski, Councillor Ibsen. The motion was carried. Thank you, councillors. We will call Councillor Bull and Councillor Clark, and we will discuss how we're going to do the next item. Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, the alternative motion from Councillor Johnson was carried by the Council. We are moving to item 10.1.3, 2024 Annual General Meeting Response to Motions. Now we have a few conflict of interest declared with regards to the specific motions. Can I please find out again, Councillor Bull, which motion you have? It was impartial, but you explained that you will leave the room. Which motion you're referring to? Is this 5?
Yeah, it was the one relating to the cat local law. I don't have the number specifically in front of me.
That's 5. Is this the same for you? Okay. What I will do, and we have also a specific conflict of interest from Councillor Ibsen for motion 6, Manager of Governance. Are we able to vote separately on all the other items? And when we get to those motions, those councillors can leave the room.
Yes, we can. What you could do is you can. Through the presiding member, what the council could do is move a motion that incorporates all of the officer recommendations except for those motions that have been identified as having a conflict, and then put those motions separately. The council could also withdraw any motions where the officer recommendation is not agreed to, and I know that in the run sheet there are some amendments.
Good. So as you can see on the screen, we already excluded motions 5 and 6, and we will discuss them later on. And then all councillors who want to leave the room can leave the room. Is this clear? So we're going to discuss all the other motions, not the ones that we have conflict of interest. We'll discuss them at the end.
Okay.
And then we'll give you the opportunity to leave the room.
Sounds great.
First of all, it was pulled by Councillor Johnson for a question.
Sorry, also Mike. Let me find my question. I think the question was on item 5, so I'm just wondering how you want to deal with that.
Motion, okay, so this, we dealt with it, yeah?
Yeah, I think so.
Good, so
Correct.
we'll separate it and we'll do it at last, and then anyone with conflict.
Thank you. It might have covered off on it already, actually, to be honest. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Now, I understand we have a few alternative motions. Councillor Leder, are you interested to move what you provided in the run sheet? Can we have it on the screen? Yes. Motion 6. Okay. Okay. So what we'll do... Okay, so what we'll do, Councillor Leder, if you're okay, I will move my alternative first, and then we will discuss any others that councillors have issues with, and then we'll go to motion 5 and 6. Okay? So, councillors, we have, you have it in your run sheet, my alternative motion, which is in regards to motion 12, which is motion that was raised at the AGM of electors from Branka Radinovic with regards to the veg tree planting. You have it on the screen. I will read it very quickly. This is my alternative. Council requests the CEO to amend the urban tree planting and maintenance policy to include a requirement for the city to plant at least one tree on every verge adjacent to a footpath that is located along the key routes to schools identified by the city as part of the Safe Routes to School program, with the following specific provisions to this requirement. 1. Property owners have the opportunity to discuss the species selections and positioning of the tree on the verge. And 2, the requirement is not applicable where a tree cannot be physically planted due to site constraints such as road safety requirements, underground services and infrastructure, or if there are any extenuating circumstances determined by the city. And I also have another alternative to motion 16. What I suggest, we'll just discuss each one of them separately. We'll resolve them. So this is the first one with regards to motion 12. I will move that. Sorry, councillors, I changed my mind. I will read what I did in B in relation to motion 16, which is a motion from the agenda brief, but the AGM of electors was moved by Harry Bouzidis, and I am proposing to change the officers of accommodation as follows. In relation to motion 16, it's on your screen, Council supports limbs 2 and 3 of the motion by requesting the Chief Executive Officer to make the responses to public questions received in writing before 1:30 p.m. on the day of ordinary council meetings available in hard copy for members of the public gallery and on the city's website prior to the meeting. I will explain both of them, but we will vote separately. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer, seconder to both of them.
Yep.
Thank you. I will quickly explain the rationale behind each one of them, and then we will vote, and then we'll continue on. So let's do that, okay, and then it will be less confusing. Thank you. Look, quickly, motion 12, this issue around veg tree planting was raised several times in several AGM of electors. It was supported this time around. The request was to have compulsory veg tree planting anywhere in the city in any circumstances. I appreciate that move. I don't think we are there, and what I'm proposing here is one step forward. That reflects what was, I think, the intent behind that motion from the AGM of electors, prioritizing the areas that anyway, as a council, we agreed to prioritize around schools, and we will focus on any verges that are adjacent to footpaths to provide shade to kids walking to schools. So I think it's quite straightforward. The second motion, the city noted the motion from the AGM of electors, and I spoke with the city and received clarification that we are able to accommodate limbs 2 and 3. And maybe I will go to the manager for governance if you can confirm if there is any impact from B. Providing those written questions to the public and on the website.
Through the presiding member, so the process that the city currently follows with written questions received for public question time. So any written questions that are received before 1:30 on the day of the council meeting, they are allocated to city officers for response. And where we're able to answer the question in the time available before the meeting, we will provide a written response that is included in the run sheet that goes to all elected members. And then following the meeting, that response is included in the minutes. So the city is able to make sure that copies of those answers, where we've been able to answer the questions, are provided to the public gallery. But I will just note that on the day of council meetings, the city officers are often very busy in the lead up to the council meeting, and we're not always able to answer questions, even if they have been received by 1:30. But we do always do our very best to answer them if we are able to.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Mayor. I'll just say briefly with the trees and the safe routes to schools, we've all tried that, seen how difficult it is in sunny days and so forth, how it is really hard for children and parents to really assist children from school to home or to other childcare centres. It isn't nice, I can assure you. I've done a lot of walking with these children, and I find that's a necessity, if anything. And I'm hoping that the verge planting is a success and people understand that when we go through that. And I also agree that, and I respect everything the officer has said with regard to the responses to question time. It is good to have those responses. There's a week. It's not a lot of time for when you're doing any inquiries, but if we can try, that would be good. So I respect that as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Any councillor would like to speak against any of those motions? Councillor Sosowski, please.
Thank you. Can I also speak, is it just on this one, or am I able to speak about any of the other items at the moment, any of the other
What we will do, we'll start with motion 12 and 16, which are on the table, but later on we will go through and we'll discuss any other motions that you want to pull.
I just want to provide some feedback on this then, if I can.
Please.
Okay, great. Thank you.
I understand. Would you, sorry, just to clarify, because we are voting on that, on everything except motions 5 and 6, would you like to discuss any of the other motions?
Just to make some comments on some of the other motions.
So, I guess okay, so you have two options. You can make comments, but if you want, we can actually pull them out and then vote on them separately. So it's up to you.
I don't think there'll be a need to pull them out. I'm happy with those officers' recommendations, and I just want to make some quick statements about two of those.
So you can make comments on everything, anything else in addition to motion 12 and 16.
Great, thank you. I would just like to firstly make a quick comment on the first motion that we had to consider, which was the painting of the bus stop on Beaufort Street. We have a Ukrainian resident who is new to Australia, who lives along a section of road along Beaufort Street just up from Chisholm, and the bus stop area there is quite miserable and drab, and the resident wants to go out of her way to get some volunteers together from her Ukrainian community to beautify that bus stop and make it a little bit more attractive. So I just wanted to say that I absolutely support that notion, and I'm happy that the city's officers have also recommended recommended that we support that. In regards to motion number 2, I am a member of the Morley Windmills Sports Club, and motion number 2 did mention about planting trees throughout the car park there at the Morley Windmills. It is, I think, a great motion. That car park needs trees. We need trees, and there is an opportunity to plant, 1 tree per every 4 bays. That will help with many issues at that car park. That car park has been used, is still used was used. I'm not sure how it is now since Metronet's taken up office there, but it was used for hoon activities. We had an issue a couple of years ago of the placement of a skate park and where should it go. So by planting trees in that space, that car park will then be safe for the Morley Windmills. They're just 2 reasons. Oh, and obviously the main one, the third reason about increasing the tree canopy in there is a potential to put a lot of trees into that space. So I think that motion is a really a great motion which supports many aspects of the things that we're trying to do here at the city. In regards to the alternate motions, I agree that we should have at least 1 verge tree on every verge in the city. Don't get me wrong, I absolutely agree with that. As Councillor Peterson-Pick had mentioned, and I agree with what he said, I don't think we're quite there yet. I think there are still opportunities for us to be planting trees in reserves, and I think in our median strips is something that we're looking to doing at the moment as well. So I agree with the Deputy Mayor that we're not quite there yet. I do appreciate how the Deputy Mayor is trying to take that first step forward. However, when we look at this, we're just specifically talking about safe school routes. We adopted a Green Dreams strategy 2 years ago, which looked at a 3-pronged approach to greening our suburbs. The first approach was called the Streets Equaliser approach. The second was called the Town Forest approach. And the third approach was the Kids Forest approach. And each of those tackles a different aspect of trying to get trees into the city. The Deputy Mayor's alternate here talks about putting a tree on each of the streets as part of the Safe Routes to School program. We actually already cover that. Well, we don't put a tree on each verge in our current strategy, but we're actually already focusing on putting trees into those streets as part of that Green Dream strategy. I think what we're seeing here, though, is a preference for it to be put around schools. However, I'd like to argue the point that we also should be putting trees on verges around our town centres and also residential streets as well, and those other areas that are described within our Green Dreams strategy that we have adopted. So I agree with what the Deputy, I understand where the Deputy Mayor's coming from, and I like that he wants to take the first approach. However, I think the Green Dreams strategy says that we should be tackling it, from multi angles. So yeah, I do agree with a street tree on every verge. I don't think we're there yet. I think this is a little bit against our Green Dream strategy that we currently have, which tackles 3 areas.
Thank you. Any other comments from councillors? With regards to any of the motions besides motion 5 and 6, and about motion 12 and motion 16. We'll do everything together, councillors. Yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I just wanted to speak in support of that Lim 3 relating to motion 12. I think that the fact that it aligns with the priorities within the Green Dreams is a positive, not a negative. I think the fact that it does perhaps give the city a little bit more power in that particular area to make it a reality is also a positive. And it's a small step forward, but I think quite a significant step forward on those critical routes. So I support it. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillors would like to make? Yes. Sorry, Councillor Meleka. Yes.
Thank you. I guess just to follow up with what Councillor Ostaszewski was saying with motion 12, look, my only reservation with this one as well is that I worry that if we go down this path in this targeted approach, that we may miss out on targeting what we've already built in the last few years of those who do want to have verge trees? Like, would we have capacity to still cater for those, as well as looking at the areas in the city that are in need, such as you mentioned, median strips, certain parklands and those grounds as well. So I wonder if this is a bit premature at this stage as well, and I do agree that we need to up the capacity there, but are we there yet?
Thank you. Councillor Johnson?
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I'll run through them really quick and tell me if I get out of line. On item 1...
Motion 1?
Motion 1.
Yes.
Thank you. Picked me up real quick. Oksana came to us with a vision and it's beautiful and it has lovely pictures. Thank you very much. I heard you talking about not knowing much about the local plant, so have a chat with Rachel, she's just there. I heard about trees in the Wharton Park car park, and I heard Councillor Ostarzowski, you say trees would prevent hooning, and I think that's awesome. We'll just add that onto the list of things that trees do so well. I think, is David still here? 16 days in WA in the Men's Health Plan, absolutely consistent, banging away on those things, and that will be great. We will include all those things. I'll skip over 5 we have dealt with. Oh no, 5. My question was something about...
Not 5.
No, I'm not talking about 5.
Just
I'm not talking about 5.
and
Thank
not
you.
6.
I knew you'd pull me up on that. Or 6.
We will get to that.
Yes, we've got stuff on trees, which is great. We are going to do that. Did I have a... maybe have a question on that later on. Adopting the Walga model tree policy, I think that's going to be a great thing. I think every local government should do that, because that's how we can work together by having Walga do a model... or do draft model policies for us, so that we can get things done in a coordinated effort across the sector using best practice information. Bike racks, yes. King William, yeah, can we just do that faster? I don't know, maybe we don't want to wait that long. Is that an amendment? I'm not sure. But let's get cracking on getting King William Street green, because that's literally the only thing that every person in Bayswater agrees on, is greening King William Street from the train station to the river. 12, yes, more trees. I think I heard Councillor Ostarzowski say kids and trees, and it will be great to have kids walking to schools in trees. However we do the green dreams, like this is just one more thing that we can do. So I think that was a great initiative. Fake paving, it's rubbish, but we do it. Penny Lee's thing on Bayswater Brook is really awesome, because it brought together that whole connection of obviously the water that we have in Bayswater, but all of the work the community has done in that space and looking after our waterways and really progressing with... I don't know if we're calling them nature links or living streams, but whatever they are, they will be great. We should definitely do that. And the others as they are. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Clark. Sorry, Councillor Johnson?
I don't know how to follow that. That was fantastic. I won't speed read my my thoughts on all of it, but I really know I enjoyed it. Thank you so much to all the people who turned up to the AGM and moved motions. I said this years ago, but I still believe it is hands down one of the most democratic forums that we have as a council. And it means that fantastic ideas like this come directly to us to vote on. So motion 1, I won't go through each one, don't worry, is fantastic in terms of activating Bedford, which again I've been pushing for years. We're getting there slowly. I would like to see more of this happening in Bedford. And the motions in relation to trees. We still have so much more to do when it comes to trees in the Bayswater district. What I was hunting for was a heat island map that shows that we are nowhere near where we need to be in terms of the health impacts of the heat island effect. And so whilst I understand there are people in the community who don't want a tree, at the end of the day, it's not just down to you. You live in a community, and it is actually about cooling the streets down so people can go for a walk. We have had one of the hottest summers in record. We've had so little rain. We are going to need these trees. So to those who keep pushing for trees in Bayswater, please keep on pushing. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other councillor would like to speak on any of the motions besides motion 5 and 6? Yes, Councillor.
Got some questions, and I'll go by each one. That's probably the easiest way. Of the city, so for motion 8, which is regarding the Walga model local planning policy, I just, to the relevant director, which is probably planning, just interested in regards to how long, there's some proposals in the model policy which mention around getting a development approval for any time a significant change to a tree is going to occur that's not maintenance. Just wanted to get an idea around what's the time frame and costs involved with getting a development approval through for that.
Thank you. We'll go to the manager. And perhaps, Manager, you can clarify again the officer's recommendation with regards to motion 8, what is being recommended?
Through the chair, so the officer's recommendation for this motion is to undertake a review of the policy and present it to the next policy committee in, I believe it's June. We haven't gotten to the level of detail that you've requested as a part of your question, but we can put that, I can take that on notice and include it as a part of our review to be presented in June.
Thank you. Probably linked with that question is the resource allocation that would be required to process the DAs, which would be a direct relationship. Obviously, if you get volume, you'll need resources. So just probably add that to the question, please.
The director.
Thank you. It would be difficult to ascertain because we would be dependent on the number of trees that would be subject to the policy, as it doesn't cover all trees. It's certain type of trees. However, a development application of that nature could take an officer somewhere between 10 and 30 hours worth of work, and therefore it could be multiplied based on the basis of how many DAs we receive.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments?
Sorry, I'm just skimming now that I'm aware it's all of them. No, that's it. Thank you. Oh, no, so, yeah, I can probably, and I can make comment on the one that I can, which is here. So if I can speak, that's questions?
Please.
Yep, cool. Look, I'm probably got of a similar view. We're chopping and changing on trees, and it's quite frustrating for many people. And I think consistency is, everyone agrees that we want to have trees planted and as many as possible within budget constraints, watering allocation issues that we've got from the state government of how can we actually water all these trees. There's all these things that are going on and we're chopping and changing and flipping and flopping. So I'm really concerned that we're now going to go back with this motion that's proposed to people that have already been approached for a tree in the last year or 2 years, that happen to live near a school on the way that some kid would get to school and have already said no 2 or 3 times and made it very clear that they're not interested. I'm really concerned around the impacts that'll have with people that will take trees out, the wasteful activities that we've seen previously, that adds costs. Not disagreeing once again with the trees being planted, just that we're not, I don't believe the community is at that point yet. And I don't believe that we've got space issues with where to plant trees either. So from my point of view, anything to do with trees, we've got clear priorities, we've got a raft of strategies, more than anyone can poke a stick at, no pun intended. And we really just need to let the city get on with planting trees.
Thank you. Any other councillor who hasn't spoken would like to make comments on any of the motions besides 5 and 6? No, thank you. So I will close the debate on that section. I just wanted to make comments that my amendment with regards to motion 12, the trees on the Safe Routes to School, it was not about reprioritizing the locations where we will plant. It was about changing the powers under our current policy. The office has advised us several months ago that they are struggling to find verges to plant trees on, and they will focus on the medians. And I think when it comes to schools, we need to put the kids' interest first. And I would like to remind councillors that verges are public land, not private land. Definitely not when it's next to a footpath. So those are my comments. I will put what we will do. The officers helped us here, so we'll have 3 limbs here to vote on. We have, 1 and 2. We can do it together, right? Okay. So 1 and 2, we are going to vote together, which is about everything else besides motion 12, the trees, and 16. Yeah, and then we'll do 12, and then we'll do 16, and then we'll move to the conflict of interest motions. Yep. So first we're going to vote on item 1 and 2, which is all the other motions. All in favour, please raise your hands. Councillor Meleka, Councillor Osasowski, do you need clarification, Councillor Ibsen? Yes, please. So 1 and 2, we're voting on all the other motions besides motion 12 in limb 3 and besides motion for limb 4, which is motion 16. Yeah, so all the rest that no one pulled. And 5 and 6, of course. Of course. Yep. So all in favor, raise your hands. So it's Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostasowski, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Leder, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, and myself, all against. Councillor Ibsen. Thank you. So that carried. We are moving to limb 3, which is my amendment to motion 12. All 4, please raise your hands. Councillor Palmer, Councillor Leder, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark. 3. Limb 3, motion 12. We'll do it again. Okay. All in favor? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Leder, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, and myself, all against. Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostasowski, and Councillor Ibsen. Thank you. We are moving to limb 4, which is my amendment to motion 16, which with regards to the written public questions. Yeah. All in favor? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Now we're going to move to Councillor Leder's amendment with regards, maybe you can see it on the screen, with regards to motion 6. And we have, no, it's not you, not yet. Now it's the conflict of interest from Councillor Ibsen. You will be next. Yes, so do we have that? Here, go, you have it on the screen. Are we able to put it on one page so it's clear to everyone? Just push it down. In the meantime, Councillor Leder, can you please maybe read it?
I can. I think perhaps can I explain it first, because it looks like a lot, but most of it is the officer's recommendation.
Maybe explain, but without getting to the debate.
Sure. Most of it is the officer's recommendation, apart from.
So you know what, Councillor Leder, I have a suggestion. If you're moving it, can I have a seconder, please? Or do you need explanation first? Councillor Clark is seconding. Thank you. Now you can go and explain and debate. Thank you.
Thank you. So I have added in limb AIC, which is not new funds. It was just what was agreed to, but it got missed in the officer's recommendation. So it's already in the draft budget. But I did change it to say maintenance rather than just watering. Maintenance includes watering, and I think it's important that the city has the discretion to choose the right interventions for a tree, and watering is not always the right intervention for a tree. And I also added a 2. Is that how I say it? Do I say it 2? Yes. Requesting a report about how the city is adapting its practice to the more difficult conditions that we've seen recently, which is really about how is the city responding to the impacts of climate change that we are experiencing with regards to trees, where it is very obvious and a cause of concern for residents and for myself as well, and interacts with the impacts of the shot hole borer, as we have seen, which is more likely to spread to trees that are vulnerable or experiencing other stresses. So I think the city has already started doing work on responding to this and adapting to it. I think it provides an opportunity for the city to communicate that to councillors and to residents. And gives people an opportunity to provide their thoughts and feedback on that, which I think will be appreciated. So that's why I have included that limb. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, councillors. I'd encourage you to vote for this amendment. As you can see, there's some additional limbs in there which really do go to the detail of what we're trying to do here. So I don't, the assertion that somehow we're chopping and changing on trees, I reject entirely. This council has for years been pushing to plant more trees. We've had lots of disagreements around this chamber as to how we do that, but I think we need to crack on and do more, essentially. And I know it's disheartening when you see that the trees that have been planted, you see that they're dying. I've been reporting lots of them and saying that one on this corner needs more water, and I know I've received many emails from members of the public doing exactly the same thing. And it is hard, and this is where I think the extreme heat of the last summer, the climate change science is showing that things are changing more quickly and more unpredictably than even the scientists have expected, which is quite truly terrifying. Things are changing in our ecosystems that we don't understand. And so we need to do all that we can to understand that, to get the best science that we can, and to push ahead. And whether that means we have to change species or change how we do things. The other thing about hard stand medians, I've been really quite upset to see, as we've done major construction works in various areas, to see medians just being concreted over. So there is no opportunity in a lot of areas now to plant a tree because the median has been just completely concreted. And so we need to look at that, and we might need to pull the concrete back up again because we're going to need to put some trees in. Our roads are going to start to melt. That is what we're going to face. Like a whole heap of climate change research shows that we are going to have to adapt everything because the roads are going to melt on the hottest of days that we have, to the point where they're completely unusable and ruined. And it will be down to local councils to pay for that and fix that. So the more we can do in this space, the better. Thank you.
Thank you. Any councillor would like to speak against the amendment to motion 6? Any councillor would like to speak for? Do you would like to speak? No, thank you. Look, I'll make quick comments. Massive issue. If we plant and we need to plant, we also need to fully care for the trees to make sure that we can actually reach the tree canopy targets that the council agreed to. So I fully support this. I will go back to you to close. Councillor Leder.
Thank you. I don't think there's much to add since nobody's spoke against, but I urge you to support it. I think that this is something that's really important to residents. It's one of the visible signs of our changing climate, and something that that we have an opportunity to respond to those signs early. And I think it would be wonderful if we had an opportunity to understand how the city is planning to do that. So thank you.
Thank you. I will put it to the vote. All in favour? Councillor Meleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Leder, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself, all against. Councillor Sosowski. Thank you. We can call Councillor Ivson back. Thank you. And we will move to motion 5. Can we have it on the screen? Councillor Ivson, the alternative motion from Councillor Leder was supported by the council. Now we're moving to motion 5. And does anyone want to move the officer's recommendation or anything else? Motion 5 with regards to the cats.
So I just had a question on it.
Yes.
So just wondering about them to consult with as many other WA local governments as possible for a combined submission. Is that is that something about the advocacy position? Is that something that we can pursue as part of our advocacy position?
I'll just highlight, Councillor, that is not the officer's accommodation. That is the residents. Yeah. So the officer's accommodation is that council consider this matter at the ordinary council meeting to be held today. Which we done it. we can still, do you still want to have a question? But that LIMP 2 is not from the officer's accommodation.
Yeah, so I just wondered like what that means, really.
Okay. Okay, thank you. Who can advise us with regards to LIMP 2 from the residents' motion? Manager of Governance.
Thank you. Through the presiding member. So the council has resolved earlier this evening on a number of advocacy elements in relation to the CAT local law. So the council has already resolved to write to the Minister for Local Government and the Department of Local Government to seek confirmation of a timeline for the review of the CAT Act, and the council has also resolved to request that the Walga East Metro Zone members that a motion is raised at the next meeting to seek a more proactive and targeted approach to advocacy work. Further, the resolution requests the CEO to work in conjunction with other local governments and the Western Australian Government Association to advocate for an urgent review of the CAT Act 2011. So those initiatives are already there. Also to continue to monitor the implementation of other local government CAT local laws with particular reference to the City of Fremantle and the City of Gosnells. So those are actions that the Council has already resolved to take earlier this evening.
Sure. So is it fair to say that those actions would essentially cover off on that item in terms of advocacy?
Can you clarify that? On the item that we already voted on tonight?
Through the chair, I think that obviously I'm putting words in another person's mouth, but I think that the intention of that motion at the AGM was around trying to encourage other local governments to also make amendments to their local laws at the same time as the City of Bayswater to bring more attention to this issue.
Thank you.
Anyone would like to move the officer's accommodation or something else? Councillor Ede?
Oh, I'm just wondering, yes, I'm happy to move it if the tense used in it still makes sense, since we have already dealt with it. Sorry.
Manager?
Sorry,
CEO.
through you, presiding member, just can you clarify, Councillor Adam?
I just mean because we already have dealt with it, so should it say that council has considered this matter?
Yes, it could do. Yeah, if you change the tense on it, then it may clarify it, because I think as the CEO, as the manager's explained, I think all of those matters in terms of consultation and advocacy that Councillor Johnson is raising is something that Council's already resolved earlier this evening through the amendment to the officer's recommendation and consideration of option 1.
Okay. Well, I would be happy to move that.
With the change of tense.
Yeah.
Can we please have it on the screen, which will be something like that Council notes that consideration on this matter
Has already been held
at
the ordinary meeting of Council 30th of April 2024.
Yeah.
Always that effect.
Have you heard that?
Yeah.
While they're doing this, do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. Anything else to Councillor Leder to talk about this?
No.
Councillor Palmer, I will progress with this. No. Anyone else would like to make any comments? No. Okay, so we're just making sure that it's there before we vote. Okay. Okay, councillors, everything is clear what we are voting on? Okay, thank you. I will put it, we already did it, so it's noted that we already discussed this issue. I will put it to the vote. All in favour? This is unanimous. Thank you, councillors. think it was Councillor Palmer. I think so. Yeah, I think it's Palmer. Council's motion 5 was adopted with some very minor tense changes. We are moving to item 10.3.1, Maylands Lakes Environmental Restoration Master Plan Scope. I pull this item and I am moving the officer's recommendation with several more limbs. We will have it on the screen. So you all have the officer's accommodation, the updated version. I remind everyone from the, you have the updated version with the addendum in the supplementary items. So this way you should look at. It's a bit different to what we have in the agenda. Yeah.
Is this the same as what's in our run sheet?
Is it the same?
Am I looking at the right?
Should be. Yeah. All okay.
With that little change. I think the word meetings was added to the, yeah, but that's the only change from what's in the run sheet.
Okay, that's okay. So look, thank you. Councillor, look, I will read out my amendments, my additional limbs, which is 6, 7, 8, and 9 to the officer's recommendation, and then I will look for a seconder, and we will debate this. 6, requests the Chief Executive Officer to include an additional member to the Scientific Advisory Panel with an engineering and or environmental engineering background with knowledge and or experience in dealing with similar lakes environments. 7, confirms that the scope in Attachment 1A can be broadened during the process following phases 1 and 2 to include other options for consideration by the Scientific Advisory Panel so that all options could be considered. B, will consider other possible case studies of similar environments to the Maylands Lakes to be used for comparison purposes. 8, requests the Chief Executive Officer provide a report to councillors following investigations on whether the Maylands Lakes are eligible to be covered by the Mining Rehabilitation Fund. 9, request that the Chief Executive Officer to publish the minutes of the Scientific Advisory Panel on the city's website following each meeting and ensure the general discussions by the SAP are not considered confidential unless there are special reasons like commercial aspects. Those are my amendments. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Leder. Thank you. Look, I'll make some comments about the whole motion and the issue and my amendments. First of all, I wanted to actually start with asking a question with regard to the city, with regards to the water mixing trial, noting that the officer's recommendation is to not go ahead with it. Whether the city would like to provide any further feedback on this issue beyond what was already mentioned.
In terms of the water mixing trial, at the since the December ordinary council meeting, officers did undertake a fair bit of work in terms of delivering that project. So what I can say is that we did engage a project manager to undertake further work on the project. So that work included engaging with the Department of Water and Environment Regulation to look at licence amendments required to be able to put the bore water into the lake and extract that water to be used on the golf course. And they've also been engaged to develop an operational management plan. So they've actually commenced that work, and what we're looking at, if we put the project on hold, basically that work can be basically halted and still held by the city, could be used potentially in future if ever the item was looked at again. In terms of the actual delivery of the equipment, the city did call tenders following that December meeting and actually sourced a company that did provide a price to deliver the works, and they were basically arrangements being made that once the approvals came through and the funding came through, that we could actually get that work delivered on the ground. So we did receive a price for that work, and the contractor was put on, was basically engaged or put on hold to deliver the works once all the approvals came through. The other thing, also with the other project, we also had a fair bit of discussions with the federal and state government for the funding. So you might recall that there was an election commitment from the federal government of $450,000 towards works at the lakes. That funding couldn't be paid directly to the city. That had to be basically paid to the state, and then we have an agreement with the state to basically deliver the works under that funding agreement. So there was a fair bit of work that was involved with getting an agreement established between the federal government and the state government, and then the state government would administer that project to us. So there's a fair bit of work that's been done in that space, and it was still underway, hasn't been finalised. So putting the project or putting a halt to the project will basically put a halt to that funding as well, and that can be it won't put a halt on the funding in terms of the funding in general, but it'll just put it on will basically allow us to transfer that money to actual works on the ground. So what that means is that when we go back to the state government, we can look at altering that funding arrangement to say that we'll be delivering works, other works on the ground rather than the water mixing trial.
Thank you for this additional information. So I want to start by highlighting that this issue is a priority for our council, and we all understand the impact that the deteriorating condition of the lakes, and in particular in Lake Brearley, has on nearby residents. It is unfortunate that all the city's previous efforts and actions have not resolved this ongoing issue by now. We are continuing with the master plan process. This is what's recommended here, guided by the scientific advisory panel, and this process will look into several options in more depth. In parallel, the city will also fully explore the pumping and filtration option in an attempt to significantly reduce the nutrients in the lakes. I would like to thank all the residents who have raised comments and ideas with us, and those who sought improvements to the process. I also would like to clarify, and I mentioned that to several residents during the last several days, we are in a difficult, complex situation that I think it should be appreciated. We are hearing not only that it's a very long process with still no solutions, we are hearing constant ideas and solutions from different residents, and some of those ideas and suggestions are contradictory to each other. And this is why we have a process. This is why we established the scientific advisory panel. We will hopefully broaden it tonight with another member, and we should trust that process in addition to running other actions like the pumping and filtration. But we do need to rely on some evidence and data before we actually take more actions. The amendments, and you have them on the screen, it's based on feedback that we received from residents, and I'm hoping that it will supplement the work that we are doing and will take us on the right track. I would like to thank the officers for the enormous time that they dedicated to this issue so far, and specifically for working with us during the last week to do the addendum and change the officers' accommodation to again implement some of the issues or incorporate and address some of the issues that we had from residents. So I hope councillors can support this. Thank you. Councillor Leder.
Thank you. I agree with everything that you've said. There's a lot of work that's gone into this amendment, and I appreciate it, not just from councillors, but also from residents and from the city. I think that trust and engagement is a really critical part of this process, and I said it in December, and I still maintain that. I think actually what we've seen over the last week and a half has really reinforced how important it is for the city to be open and transparent and engaged with residents around this, because if we all want to end up with a good solution, we have to be walking down the same path. And we may not agree on everything and every step of the way, but we need to trust in each other that we have a process. And I think that this this alternative improves that process in ways that are important by responding to some residents' concerns, particularly those that came up again and again in correspondence and discussions with many different residents. I understand that it takes time to build confidence in a process, especially when people feel mistrustful of it, and I hope that residents will give this process a chance now to see how that engagement goes, engage with that process, because the scientific advisory panel is actually a really important part of a successful outcome. I think that panel gives certainty to council and to other potential funding bodies that the master plan or particular solutions are likely to succeed. And I think without that, we get so many suggestions for so many different solutions, and we don't have the expertise to differentiate between them and work out what the best pathway forward is. So I hope that this responds to the significant concerns and allows, gives residents an opportunity to engage more in the process by ensuring that it is open and transparent, and through those particular engagement opportunities quarterly. So I thank you, and I hope people will support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Any councillor would like to speak against the motion on the table? Any councillor would like to speak for? A question, please. Sorry, Councillor Palmer, yes. How about, yes, Councillor Palmer, you can speak. Councillor Palmer.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Yes, I feel that we're in the same boat as the residents. We're not at the SAP meeting. We did have a very good workshop with them, and I think we were very, as councillors, very honest and direct. We didn't pull any punches. We told them how we felt. We spoke for the residents very strongly on points, and I don't think they expected it, but I think they realised how urgent it was. So I think from the transparency side, there needs to be that communication, like you've said. And I'm glad that we've got in this motion an engineer, and I hope the engineer audits all the history of what's actually happened through the course of all the experts that we've had trying to fix these problems. So from that point of view, I'm very happy that that's there. And I just feel that we need not to waste any time. If there's a meeting to be held, let's wait for an ordinary council meeting. If they need decisions from council, let's put an urgent or a special council meeting out earlier, even if it's a week. Every week will help. We need to be on our toes with this. I think it's gone beyond the norm. So you definitely have my support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. So my question is really broadly. We're not filling in the lakes, we're not doing nothing, and we're not progressing the water mixing trial, and everything else is still on the table. Is that correct?
Can the Director please clarify?
Through the Chair, with the master planning processes, there's phases in there. Phase 1 is to review all the data and the information that's available, and it also can include some further data collection if there's any gaps that are identified in the information that we have. And then phase 2 involves community engagement and consultation. So be talking to the community and getting their input into it. So through that process, there's possibility to bring other options and ideas on the table, particularly once we have a look at the information and we get further understanding of what the data is telling us. So there is opportunity to bring any other idea that can be shown that will have some sort of benefit to the overall process.
So to clarify then, nothing's off the table?
Through the chair, that's probably correct, yes.
Thank you for clarifying, because we've had a lot of technical information. We've had a lot of mutually exclusive ideas given to us, and I would hate at this point, so early in the stage, to be ruling anything in or out. I completely get there's a problem. We know that. We've heard that from our residents, and it's really sad to hear members of the community say that they've lost faith, and I think what we're supporting by this with this decision is to somehow find a way forward that has. I don't think everyone's going to be happy with everything, because there is some very diverse views on how this needs to be fixed. But I'm hopeful that what's on the table gives us the best chance to find a way forward for both a long-term and a long-term fix, obviously, and for some short-term wins. So thank you for the community for advocating so powerfully on this, and to the officers for working a way forward, and for everyone who's been meeting to try and make this happen. Thank you.
Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. Similar to some of the other comments, can I just say thank you to all the residents who keep coming back and engaging with this. I know that every time you engage with it, it's incredibly upsetting and incredibly emotional, because it relates to where you live and where you, where you have, health concerns. It relates to the midge problem, which is just so incredibly visible down there. People have sent me many emails with photographs of that problem. Obviously, as soon as you're down there, then you're with the midges as well. I think the difficulty, so if you think climate change is difficult, this problem is actually harder. The science on this is so incredibly difficult. So that was what struck me in having a presentation from the Scientific Advisory Panel, that this is such a challenging problem, and trying to disentangle all the competing components of it and to work out what is happening and why in these lakes, we haven't cracked that yet. So I'm happy to be honest about that with residents. We have, as a council and as a city, we have a long way to go to actually fix this problem, right? So we can keep throwing money at it, right? We've thrown money at this, right? But it's not fixing the problem. So we are going to have to occasionally slow down, and that was the other thing as well. And I know residents won't want to hear that, because you want it fixed, yesterday. But occasionally we are going to have to slow down and stop and say, this isn't working, it's because of this, we're going to have to change something here. And we're going to do that as decision makers in consultation and on the advice of the Scientific Advisory Panel. And there's been some discussion tonight about trust, and I know people are losing faith and losing trust, but I need you to trust this council. The process that we have gone through in the last couple of months, in all my time on council, we've never looked at it in this much detail, right? You have our attention. We are trying to fix this, and it is good to hear that nothing is off the table, because we might then find the fix that is actually going to fix this. The missing piece of the puzzle, I think, is that we need to do better as decision makers and as councillors in terms of information and communication to the public. So if you feel like there are missing parts of this, if you feel like you're not part of this decision making, then that's on us as councillors and as collective decision making as a council. So the putting the minutes up goes some way, but I will try and have further discussions as to what we can do as councillors to make sure that the public has more information and can actually start to trust in this process again.
Thank you, councillors. Councillor, any other comments from any councillor? No, so I don't have any further comments. I will put it to the vote. You have it on the screen. All four, please raise your hands. It is unanimous. Thank you very much, councillors. Before we are moving on to item 10.1.9, I would like to find out if councillors would like a break, 5-minute break. We're already almost 10. If anyone wants, just indicate and we will take a... I don't know, but we can have 5 minutes break and then we'll continue on until we can. A break? A break. I will put, I need a mover. Please, I have a second. Sorry, Councillor Bull, Councillor Lede. Any comments? No. All four, please raise your hands. Councillor Maleka, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Lede, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, and myself, all against. Councillor Sosowski and Councillor Ibsen. Thank you. 5 minutes, and we will be back here, which is 9:55. Okay, councillors, I'm resuming the meeting. We arrived to item 10.1.9, Crimea Park, excision of land for telecommunications purposes. We have two conflict of interests. Anyone would like to move the officer's recommendation or anything else? Councillor Ibsen, are you moving the officer's accommodation?
The officer's rec, yep.
Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. Councillor Ibsen, do you would like to say anything?
Nope.
Councillor Palmer? Any other comments, councillors? No. So I will go straight to the vote. All in favour? This is unanimous. Thank you very much, councillors. Councillors, the officer's accommodation was carried by the council. We are moving to item 10.2.5, budget 2024-2025 and differential rates, and that was pulled by Councillor Leder. What would you like to do?
I want to speak against it, so I don't know how that works.
So we're first, okay, so you're not planning to move anything else? Okay, so I will ask if anyone wants to move the officer's recommendation or something else. Councillor Ibsen
Yeah,
is moving.
officer's rec, thanks.
Anyone wants to second? Councillor Maleka. Councillor Ibsen, please.
No, nothing to say.
Nothing to say. Councillor Maleka. Thank you. Councillor Leder, would you like to speak against?
Yep. My concern with differential rates is over the difficult position that lots of businesses, particularly small businesses and family businesses, are in after the COVID period, during which lots of businesses used up the money that they had spare getting through that. And my understanding from many conversations with businesses over the last year is that many are in a really precarious position at the moment. And I feel like for some of them, they are operating month to month, determining whether or not they can stay open on that basis, depending on how each month goes. And I feel like in that situation, it's not appropriate to lean on businesses to increase our revenue. It doesn't feel like an equitable way to do that. Already, for those who aren't aware, most commercial tenants pay the rates. It's not the landlords, but it's passed on to tenants through standard commercial lease, that rates are part of the building outgoings that are paid by those tenants. And with commercial properties already, they often pay a higher rate because they have a higher GRV than residential properties. And so adding this on just increases that difference between commercial and residential rates. I think that there are also additional challenges around businesses that operate out of residential properties, which we have in our town centre. There's already businesses that compete with other businesses who are paying commercial rent versus businesses paying residential rent, and differential rates will add an extra burden to those commercial operations in commercial properties, further disadvantaging them against those in residential properties. So overall, I just feel like it's not particularly equitable. We've seen a lot of struggles in the Bayswater Town Centre over the disruptions over the last couple of years. Some of that disruption has flowed through to Maylands, and I feel like there's a basic question around equity that I'm still not satisfied that we have met that standard in considering differential rates for our community. And so I'm not in a position to support it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Acting Mayor. I'm genuinely in two minds about this, and I have been even through the workshops that we've had. I'm a bit disappointed that we haven't heard the for side of this debate. I was looking forward to the debate around this table. Obviously, years ago, I was. I think one of the things that bugged me the most about activation of town centres was that you would have these vacant shops, and there seemed to be no incentive or pressure on the landlords to actually make sure that these shops weren't derelict and didn't look derelict and, you know, be covered in graffiti and really bring the whole sort of neighbourhood down, essentially. I've thought really, really hard, and I've actually done a fair bit of research to try and see whether this sort of thing and more councils, particularly in WA, are moving towards differential rates to see whether that would fix that problem. I'm not yet convinced it would, and I asked for and wanted more microeconomic data about what it actually does. What does a landlord or a tenant in that circumstance, when they get this hit, and it will be a hit, do they sell up? Do they develop? Do they, you know, does everyone do it at the same time, in which case housing becomes unaffordable, or that does all, you know, all sorts of funny things to the the market and to the local market in Bayswater and our town centres in terms of value of land. I still have those concerns, and I suppose the only way forward is to go and have the consultations and hear directly from the businesses. And I fear that a number of businesses and local landlords probably don't even know that this is coming. I asked for a breakdown of every landlord that would be affected by this, and I understand that we perhaps don't have that data to hand, and we don't know who these people are. So I'm always wary of making policy decisions when I can't work out who it hits and how. It was part of the Paxton report, but that Paxton report, those two sets of reports, had vast numbers of recommendations about how this council can increase revenue, some of which would never work in a council setting because we're not a PTY limited company. So I still remain deeply worried about whether or not this is the right course for Bayswater. This is probably one of the biggest decisions we've made in years, which is why I was looking forward to a robust debate on it. And I do think this will make or break whether we activate our town centres and how we activate these town centres. So I hope that everyone gets a chance to say what they think about this, because I think the businesses will be looking to us to understand why we've made this change.
Thank you. Anyone would like to make any comments? Councillor Palmer.
Yeah, I really do understand that. It breaks my heart to see that we've come to this stage where we've taken on a Paxton recommendation out of hundreds and we're using it now, and yet we are the ones that are saying we support small business, we support the businessman out there, come and join us and discuss your business, and here we are doing this differential hurtful rate. So I am very concerned. This has really been irking me for weeks and weeks, and here I am having to now face truth of where I stand, and I'm finding it very hard to support. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Yeah, I agree. This is a massive item. I think it's the biggest agenda. I mean, the Maylands Lakes are big, right? They're very deep and very wide, but this is a decision of council that is going to have some impact now and into the future. I think that's okay because this is the first time we're looking at it, and I think this is the first time we're discussing it publicly. Like, this is where the rubber hits the road, where we go, this is what we're thinking about doing, what do you think? And I do hope the community has their say. This is their opportunity to have their say. It is a big change, and it's going to be, dealing with that, it might be awkward. We had the 3 classes of rate changes available to us. I might just wind back a bit. Yes, the Paxton report did have a load of recommendations in it, and some of them didn't feel like they had a fit with local government at all. This was one of a number of strategies and that many local governments use to do different things in different areas, and to take away just that general one-size-fits-all in terms of rating. And I think in previous budget decisions, we've seen where we could use this mechanism to do different things, to apply discounts and changes and apply things a bit differently, but we weren't able to do that previously because we had the general rate. Whether this is the right mechanism or the right numbers, it's going to be just a try it out thing. And I think by putting what we've got on the table now is we're trying it out. We haven't discussed too much about vacant land, and part of this, the assumption built into this is that there'll be some incentive for folk to develop their vacant land. And basically, we want that to happen because vacant commercial industrial land is unsightly and wasteful, and vacant residential land is heartbreaking when we've got a housing crisis. So I do hope it does achieve that aim, even though we see in the report it's not a huge part of our rates base, but it's something that everyone that's got a vacant bit of land in their street notices. So I hope that it does have some impact into just even starting that conversation about the value of vacant land, or the detriment that it is in our community. So I'm very keen to explore this. It might not be easy, but I'm glad we have the chance to talk about it.
Thank you. Any other comments? Councillor Bull.
Thank you. I can't support this because I think it will undermine the economic development work that this council and the city have been undertaking for the last couple of years, and have plans to continue into the future. It's really hard for me to reconcile developing plans and ways to support local businesses on one hand, and on the other hand increase their rates, in this instance, by my calculations, to potentially over 8% increase, somewhere between 8.5% increase. And I don't know how you explain that we are supporting local business and we want investment into our town centres and into our economic areas, and we want to provide economic development opportunities and support for our economic areas, but on the other hand, we're going to increase their rate level to over 8%. They seem contradictory to me. I'm going to talk about the Bayswater Town Centre specifically because it's West Ward, but I know Maylands and Morley and Naranda have their unique challenges as well. The Bayswater Town Centre has gone through the most difficult period over the last few years than I know, and it is just starting to get to a point now where there are opportunities for those businesses that have managed to get through to really get back on their feet, but also encourage new businesses to come into the area. There's going to be something like 10, 11 new tenancies under the train station. We want businesses to know that they will be supported by the local government. We want great businesses coming into that town centre. And there are vacancies along Watley Crescent and also King William Street and also up Beachborough Road South. And we want to say to people, come and invest in our Bayswater Town Centre. We've got this new facility that is the train station. Help us activate this area. And to then say we're going to look at a rate rise of around 8% is really difficult to kind of explain to people who may otherwise want to do business in our area. Just very quickly on the vacant land. So the vacant residential and the vacant commercial industrial rate rises are even larger. They're multiples of the 8%. And I don't know that that is an efficient way to encourage people to develop their land. People with residential, often people who are holding residential land aren't developing it because they have intentions to, but they may not be in a financial position to be able to do so. They've got to work out how they're going to build their forever home, pay the rent in the place where they are at the moment or the mortgage that exists at the moment, and also pay land tax as well on that vacant land. And then they've got to take the mortgage for the new development that they want to build their forever home on. And so having a significantly larger increase in rates may actually be a handbrake to them to be able to do that, which would be a real shame. For these reasons, I'm not going to support it, and I will support a uniform rate. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Any other councillors? Councillor Sosowski.
Thank you. I'll add to what's been said. I support the idea of differential rates. I have on numerous occasions spoken to councillors about my feelings on these numbers specifically. I would agree with what Councillor Bull has said. I agree with what Councillor Clark has. I agree with what everyone has said around the table. I also agree with Councillor Johnson that we perhaps should experiment with this and move forward. I just don't feel comfortable with the numbers that we've got on the table here. I don't personally like the idea that our commercial properties will be paying more in their rates when we are trying to encourage economic development and are telling people to come to the city of Bayswater. I almost feel as though our residential rate and our commercial industrial rate for the improved component should be the same. Let's continue doing what we've been doing in the past for these two components. But with the other components, the residential vacant and the commercial industrial vacant, I feel as though these two areas here could actually be rated more, which would perhaps encourage people, if they couldn't afford to develop their block, to sell the block and allow someone who could afford the block to put more housing on there, to provide housing, to actually have that opportunity to do so. So I kind of feel as though the commercial, industrial vacant and residential vacant could be amped up to get some movement with these vacant properties. We have all this land banking going on, so increasing those rates could be an incentive for those people to say, hey, you know what, I am selling this, I am moving on, to allow someone else to jump in to take that opportunity to actually do something with that land. So, yeah, I'm not happy with the numbers, don't really like the numbers, but I do like the principle of the differential rating system. There was one thing that I wanted to say which was critical and it's fallen out of my head, so I think I'll leave it at that. Thank you.
No, I didn't. Thank you, Councillor. Look, I think all councillors spoke, so I'll make several comments. I will support our office's recommendation to explore differential rating. We have been discussing this for years. Council supported Councillor Johnson's motion, and I should say that I agree with many of the comments, Councillor, that you made. Our officers spent quite a lot of time with a lot of workshops on this, and the direction until now was to continue and explore it, and it reached the council meeting. So I would like to highlight that, councillors. And the advice came from our finance team. The Paxson report has a clear recommendation to ensure financial sustainability. We should adopt differential rating. We're not reinventing the wheel here. Many local governments around us already adopted it. Vincent, Stirling, Bassendean, Perth, Belmont, Swan, Vic Park. Commercial. I acknowledge the comments with regards to this issue. The advice that we have received in the report is that the 5% rate for commercial is then residential is a small difference compared to other local governments. With regards to vacant residential land, this will encourage development to assist with the current housing shortage. We as a local government cannot do much to help the crisis. This is what we can do, and I choose to do something with regards to this crisis that impacts so many people from so many backgrounds. Vacant commercial land, yes, we should discourage discourage investors, if you want, from this land banking practice that is happening all around our suburbs, like the Coles side in Maylands and all others that you know, all along Guildford Road and in other suburbs. We should encourage them, and this is the tool. And I will finish by saying that this is going to consultation in a local public notice. So I am happy to give my support so we can actually hear the comments and test it out. Thank you. I will go back to... Councillor, do you have a question?
Sorry, I had a question, yes.
Question you can.
Yeah, thank you. To the director, if differential rates are adopted this year, does that mean that we will have differential rates going forward, forever, or is this a process that we would have to go through each year if we were to do differential rates?
Good question, yes.
Through you, Deputy Mayor, it's a decision of council every year when it goes through its annual budgeting process. You cannot commit a future council in terms of budget items. Having said that, I'm not aware of any other local government who has implemented differential rates that has then switched back to uniform. That's just based on my knowledge and experience.
But it is possible.
It is possible.
Okay.
It is possible, okay. Thank you. And just a quick one in terms of the majority required for this. Are we absolute majority for this one or a simple majority?
Simple majority. Yes, so we are 9 councillors. We will need 5 councillors to support this and to go ahead. Thank you. I will go back to the mover, Councillor Ibsen.
Yeah, thanks for everyone's comments. And look, it was purposeful not to, I guess, open debate because I know this too much in debate actually because I know this has been an ongoing conversation for all of our budget workshops, time, resources, and it is just to advertise and seek public consultation. That's the commitment on this motion. So it can be changed at a later date if we wanted to a unified rate, a uniform rate if we wanted to. So I think from...
Is it point of order? Yeah. Point of order, Councillor, yes.
Sorry, Councillor. Just in regards to this going out for public consultation, I heard Councillor Johnson had mentioned that, and now Councillor Eveson has brought that up again. That was not my understanding. My understanding that this goes out to public notice that this is what we are doing, and there is no opportunity for the public to come back and comment on this. So, am I? I just want some point of the point of order is that I'm not sure whether the information being provided is factual.
Okay, it's not point of order, but it's a question. Look, we already stopped it, so I'm sorry, Councillor. We will seek information from the Director.
Through you, Deputy Mayor. The process is advertised through local public notice to the community, and the purpose of that local public notice is to seek submissions, and those submissions will then be tabled in the May Council meeting.
Councillor Ibsen, you can conclude. Yeah, please, Councillor Ibsen.
Okay, cool. I'll continue.
We will let you finish.
Look, thanks for that response. Probably defines that maybe a terminology issue, perhaps, rather than a process issue. But look, I do think it was mentioned. It is in the Paxton report, one of many recommendations that we have successfully, hopefully, moving forward with financial sustainability. Not just one, not the only one. Long-term financial plan, forward capital works plan. There's a suite of things that have been done in regards to Paxton recommendations that have been executed or hope to be executed or will be executed. So there's a lot happening in this space. I think it is, look, there's a lot of reasons for and against, and I completely understand. I guess when I'm sitting here deliberating on this item, I've been considering household budgets. I've been considering, I guess, what that does to the economy, and it's a place to start. So there is definitely some trouble areas, and I guess that reflects in the way that we've put the rate in the dollar and what those payments look like for different areas. We are trying to target vacant land. Predominantly, and definitely from the numbers that I saw when I queried the city, there is land banking going on, and it's quite clear that that's a habit that's happening. And I got durations of ownership and DA approvals and all of those things, and it was very clear to me, both in residential and in the commercial space, land banking is occurring. This is a lever to do that. And look, they may still continue to land bank, but at least we'll get some funds out of them, and we're not hitting households, and we can put that money back into the community, which is what we're here to do. So I'm comfortable with exploring this option under differential rates, and I encourage all councillors to support it too.
Thank you. I will put it to the vote. All in favour? Councillor Meleka, Councillor Ostasowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Johnson, and myself, all against. Councillor Palmer, Councillor Lede, Councillor Bull, and Councillor Clark. Well, that was carried. Thank you, councillors. Councillors, that concludes the items in section 10 that were subject to deputations. What I'm suggesting now that I would like to move to bring several motions that I received advice from the city that they have some time frames to make sure that we can actually make decisions on them tonight. And then later on, if we still have time, we will go back and decide on the rest. The items are, so I don't know if you can have it on the screen. I don't know how it's going to be worded.
Sorry, Acting Mayor, can I just clarify? My understanding, and I don't know if we ever agreed on an end point, but we were trying to contain council meetings, particularly for OH&S requirements and staff. So do we have a point at which we're stopping tonight and holding items over till tomorrow or next week?
There is no decision yet for any specific time. If any councillors or the CEO at some stage decides that they would like to let us know, let us know. So what I'm doing is bringing forward the ones with some time pressures. And this. Okay, so we will move forward first. This is what the motion, everyone. 10.2.1. How about I'll tell you the names? 10.2. Sorry. Financial. Okay, financial. Yes. 10.3.2. Frank Drago. Thank you. 11.5, which is the notice of motion with regard to the car parking. Discussing the urgent item in section 13. And the last one, and I apologize for the person in the public gallery, it will be item 11.3 due to having someone here. So that will be the last one if we'll get to that. But there's no urgency from time limits. Do I have a seconder to move them forward? Councillor Ball, thank you. Any comments?
Sorry, Acting Mayor, sorry to interrupt. Is there a chance of perhaps doing the 11.3 one first so that the member of the public could leave?
I think we will not get to the others, I'm afraid. I'm sorry. But, you know, this can be... I will put it to the vote, councillors. Yes, all in... So those are the numbers on the screen. Those are the ones that we'll start to discuss in this way. Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. We are going to start with 10.2.1. I'm going to find it. Yes. 10.2.1, financial report for the period ended 31st March 2024, absolute majority required. We have several interests. Councillor Clark, you declared an interest on this one, just so you know, but I don't know if you stay. Thank you. Okay, so all the other ones are impartial. Anyone would like to move the office accommodation? Thank you. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer, any other comments, councillors? I will put it straight to the vote. All in favour? Unanimous. Thank you, councillors. Okay. 10.3.2. Tender 06-2024 Frank Drago Soccer
Acting
Precinct
Mayor,
Redevelopment.
we'll leave
Yes,
for
you're
this
going. Sorry, I just read the item. Yeah, thank you. Frank Drago Soccer Precinct Redevelopment Feasibility and seconded it. Thank you. Any other comments? Councillors, I will put it straight to the vote. All in favour? Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostasowski, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Lede, and myself, all against? Councillor Johnson. Thank you. That is carried. The officers' accommodation, councillors, was carried by council. We're moving to item 11.5. My motion, Councillor Lede, you have conflict of interest. Councillors are moving what you have on the table in the agenda. Maybe you can have it on the screen. And do I have a seconder? Councillor Palmer. I'll be very quick. It's the third attempt. I would like to highlight the city's conclusion in the report from the last page. It is considered that there is merit in the proposed acquisition as a strategic land acquisition for the city. There is strong community and business support for that. We should take it And this is what is proposed here. If we need to in the future, we can sell it. And we did the same. If anyone would like to make any comments, Councillor Clark.
And raised is that we have done this before in other town centres. We did it for Bayswater, we did it for Morley. It's very similar in that respect. The number of businesses that have emailed me and called me and then emailed again and then emailed again. There's not many other options, if any, when you look at the map, to fix this problem in the Maylands Town Centre. So please, please, I would really implore councillors around this table, this is a fix. This will help us. There is still ability to sell land later on or buy more or do something different with it. Doesn't bind anyone going.
I just wanted to shed a bit of light on this from my point of view. Look, I'm not against the purchase of strategic land like this. However, what I do have reservations on is I don't think the price is right. And so obviously I have to consider that. It's not our money to spend, it's ratepayer money to spend. And it does concern me that it's been on the market for so long. So that makes me question, is it inflated?
Thank you. Councillor Evson, any comments?
Yeah, similar one. So look, I strongly support strategic land acquisition by the city, and I also strongly support our local businesses, both values that aren't just signals or talk. I've clearly demonstrated them in my voting records and actions on council. However, my support for these themes doesn't mean that land acquisition comes with a blank chequebook, and which is why my support has been for and against on this acquisition of this land on the multiple times that it's come up. Residents and ratepayers put their hard-earned cash every year into our responsibility of council, and the elected members sitting around this table. This is a responsibility that I take very seriously, and whilst the site has some strategic merit, I can't support what's on the table at this time. The reason's price. It's an important financial transaction which needs to be duly considered. Right now, properties are being purchased and sold in Maylands regularly and very quickly. The activity shows that if priced right, properties will sell and sell quickly. In fact, Maylands' time on market is less than 7 days. Even vacant land nearby, a few hundred metres from this proposed site, has been listed and gone under offer in the same time frame of 7 days. Yet the potential land acquisition site that we are considering has been listed for more than 3 months so far and remains on market. Councillors should ask themselves, why is that? I've investigated previous sales history, and it isn't unique for this site. History shows that time on market for this site has been lengthy before. The final sale price lower than was what the seller's expectations were when it did finally sell, and I think there's something in that, whether it's sentiment, perceived leverage, or simply an unrealistic profit margin expectation. I'm not comfortable with the price, and I'll be voting against this one.
Thank you. Any other comments, councillors? No. I don't have any further comments to make. I will put it to the vote. All those in favour? Councillor Palmer, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself, all against. Councillor Maleka, Councillor Ostasowski and Councillor Evson. Thank you. Can we please call Councillor Lede? Carried, sorry. The motion is carried. 5 against 3. Councillor, the notice of motion was carried by council. We are moving to urgent item 13. Councillor Lede, you're raising this. Would you like to read the motion? And then we'll first discuss whether it is urgent, and then we'll discuss the item. Councillor Clark, are you staying in the room? Thank you.
Thank you. The motion says that Council endorse the following motion for submission to the 2024 National General Assembly for Local Government. And the motion is this National General Assembly calls on the Australian Government to introduce anti-vilification laws to protect the community from hate and ensure that every individual in Australia feels safe and protected under law, irrespective of their age, disability, gender identity, intersex status, race, religion, sex or sexual orientation.
Thank you. Do I have a mover and seconder to accept this item as urgent business? I have a Councillor Lede is the mover, Councillor Bull is seconder. Councillor Lede, do you want to make any comments why this item is urgent?
Yes, it's urgent because the cut-off date for motions is actually today, the 30th of April, and I was only aware about that a day after the the motions are noms closed. So, yeah.
Councillor Ball, any comments about the urgency?
Under the standing orders, an item is urgent if it can't be dealt with administratively by the local government before the next council meeting. Given the extreme tight timing, that is impossible, and therefore it's urgent.
Any councillor would like to speak against the urgency? Any other comment? Councillor Sosowski?
I don't understand how an item can be urgent if the cut-off date has already passed. We've missed that, so I don't understand how something can be urgent if we've missed that deadline.
Can we get clarification from the city with regards to the deadline? Is the vote still relevant?
Through the presiding member, previously ALGA have allowed a day or two's grace on motions, so the cut-off was today, but I believe that if we contact ALGA tomorrow morning with a council resolution, they are likely to accept it.
Any other comments about the urgency? No. I will go back to the, move it? No. I will put it to the vote, the urgency. All in favour for Councillor Palmer? On the urgency, whether the item is urgent. I'll do it again. We're voting on the urgency. All for the item. Councillor Palmer, Councillor Lede, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself, all against. Councillor Maleka, Councillor Osasowski and Councillor Ibsen. That was carried. We are now discussing the item itself. Councillor Lede, are you going to move it, I'm assuming?
Yeah.
Do I have a seconder? The item. Anyone would like to second it? Councillor Clark. Councillor Lede.
Thank you. I'll just give a bit of background to this, which has actually come out of a recent report by the Victorian Pride Lobby and the Trans Justice Project, which found that 47.9% of trans Australians experienced anti-trans hate in the last 12 months and around 16% experienced anti-trans violence. And part of the report was a recommendation for the introduction of federal anti-vilification laws to protect the LGBTIQA+ community from abuse, harassment, vilification and violence. Existing federal laws prohibit discrimination based on sexual orientation or age, disability, gender identity, intersex status, race, religion, sex or sexual orientation, but there's a really important gap in protection against vilification and harassment, which includes things like public communications that incite hatred, contempt, based on towards individuals or groups based on a personal attribute, and encompasses things like graffiti, verbal abuse in public spaces, and things like that. So this is an opportunity that some other local governments have also taken to call on the federal government to act in this space by extending legal protections to encompass vilification and harassment based on all of these categories. We can fortify the rights of individuals and send a clear message that society unequivocally condemns such harmful behaviours. In a world where discrimination and intolerance persist, it's important that our legal framework evolves to provide robust protections against all forms of prejudice and especially vilification and harassment. So by addressing this, we can uphold values of fairness, shared humanity, inclusion and respect for all individuals, and fostering a society where diversity is celebrated and everyone can thrive without fear of persecution.
Thank you. Councillor Clark.
Thank you, Acting Mayor, and thank you to Councillor Latta for bringing this forward. I think we can all see and agree, and you can read about it in the mainstream press, that in Australia, unfortunately, there's a rise in hate crimes. ASIO has been publicly warning about this for years on a number of separate occasions. We've seen increases in racism, increases in anti-Semitism in Australia. And we see a lot of this violence and hatred actually being exhibited online in online spaces as well, which often is anonymous, often takes on the form of trolling and is quite aggressive and repetitive. Just because it's online doesn't make it any less threatening or hateful, and doesn't lessen its impact in any way, particularly as younger generations are spending more and more time online. We've seen hundreds of, probably thousands of people marching around, or hundreds of thousands, I haven't checked the numbers, marching around the country in capital cities in Australia in relation to violence against women. And there's significant evidence to show that where there is a lead up to violence against a woman, it often can stem from verbal hatred and vilification from a range of different things. And so this motion here looks to other, range of different, what are known as usually indiscrimination or protected characteristics, age, disability, race, religion, sex, as well as the other aspects that Councillor Latta referred to. There is a gap in our current discrimination laws, probably at state levels as well as federal levels, but it's time, I think, that we stand against hatred in the community against many different groups in our society.
Thank you. Any councillors would like to speak against the motion?
Not against, just a question. I'm not familiar in this space, so I'm just trying to understand the motions or submissions. Was this open to everybody online? Anyone, individuals can write in, that sort of thing? I'm just understanding context.
Yeah, the mover can respond, if you want to.
This is for local governments. Yeah.
Any other questions? Any other comments against or in favour? Quick ones.
Yeah. So first, just in terms of the process, it's disappointing that this stuff comes to us late. So I understand that the call for nominations to the National General Assembly for Local Government opened in December last year. So I don't know if, internally we need to have some better process about thinking about representation, because in the same way as in being represented at the National General Assembly, in the same way that we want to advocate for our positions, other local governments around the country go there to advocate for their positions. And traditionally we've sent the Mayor, the Deputy Mayor and the CEO to the conference. And so, and I don't think normally that Bayswater puts motions up to it. And it's an opportunity that maybe we don't do, and it's an opportunity to support motions of other local governments that are similar to us too. So I guess a question that I was going to ask in questions, so I can ask that as well, is who's going this year? And do we get to feedback on all the other motions that are being put up? And then I'll talk to this actual motion, which is yes, absolutely, it's right that we protect our community. The theme for the conference is something like building trust. So I think this is something that we can, if this is something that we can do to reduce hatred in our community, we should do it.
Thank you. Councillor Palmer?
So it was just to, up from transparency, I was also part of the delegation going to the National Assembly last year for Walga.
Thank you.
And we did get, I say we, invitations if we wish to attend the NGA this year. I just saw the green paper everywhere. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments? As no one spoke against it, I will take it straight to the vote. All in favour, please raise your hands. Councillor Maleka, Councillor Eveson, Councillor Palmer, Councillor Leder, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson and myself. All against, Councillor Ostasowski. That was carried. We're moving on, councillors, to item 11.3, finally. So a very determined public gallery resident. 11.3, and that is Councillor Georgia Johnson, notice of motion, the naming register for parks, reserves, streets and rights of way. Councillor Clark, are you staying? I have something here. Not correct. Okay. Just check. Okay. The naming of streets.
Sorry, can I just clarify? So the basis on which I made the other impartial interests and left the room was around advocacy, and the distinction here, now that I've looked at it more closely, is that the minister is named, so John Kerry is named, but this, you know, forms part of a usual sort of process that would just go to him as the Minister for Lands. In fact, you know, I don't even know if it crosses his desk. It might be delegated to the secretary in the department, who knows. So that's the basis on which I'll stay. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Johnson, are you moving an alternative, right, with some the same but one amendment, right?
Correct, it's in the run sheet. There's another name on it.
So just one additional name, Beryl. Councillors can see that on the screen. That's the difference. Do I have a seconder? Councillor Leder, Councillor Johnson. Oh, do we need to still have whole 4? Please, yes, explain it.
Through the presiding member. So the Act requires that before a revocation motion or a motion to change a council resolution is moved by the council, it needs the support of a third of the council, which in our case would be 4 elected members. Because this notice of motion was received, or the notice to revoke the motion was received outside of a council meeting, before the CEO listed this motion in the agenda, Councillor Johnson was asked to obtain the necessary support for the motion before it was actually listed in the agenda. And you'll see in the agenda that Councillors Bull, Latter, Palmer and Clark have all confirmed their support for this revocation motion to be considered by the council. The City of Bayswater's standing orders don't actually specify in detail the process to be followed for this council to consider a revocation motion. So at some local governments, the signatures would be sufficient to show support. At other local governments, a show of hands at the meeting. If the practice here has been a show of hands at the meeting, that may be an appropriate approach.
Do we need to have show of hands of 4 councillors now? That's the question. Do we need to do it now? Okay, so can I have, so I have 4 councillors. I have Councillor Johnson, Councillor Leder, sorry, Councillor Bully.
Just a vote to support the revocation.
So we need,
all councillors could vote.
so what are we voting on, Manager? Sorry, is this what on the screen what we are voting on? Or it's a different vote?
Sorry, I don't know what the practice here has been previously, but you need to...
Please, CEO.
Through the presiding member, Councillor Bull, are you comfortable with that explanation from the administration in relation to that, so that we can proceed as per the report, that satisfies that requirement?
Yeah, so in my experience, revocation motions have been seconded on the floor by a show of hands by 3 councillors in addition to the mover. Yeah, in this council.
Is this what you guys, yeah?
Yeah.
Okay. So we have Councillor Johnson and we have 3 seconders. We have Councillor Bull, Councillor Leder, and what is the third one? Councillor Palmer. Thank you. Councillor Johnson.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing this forward and considering it. Thank you for staying the course and the evening with us, and with the reason that we're able to discuss it tonight. And to councillors who supported the revocation motion, and the officers for helping us work through the process, because we don't do it very often. So I don't need to read out what's on the screen, do I? I'm just talking to the motion.
Yes.
Right. Fabulous. Thank you. As you well know, we had a call out for names last year. We asked the community to come up with a bunch of names. They certainly did that. They came back with a whole bunch of names. There's a little bit of a to and fro between the Landgate, the city councillors, to think about, whether they were appropriate names, and a bunch were taken off the list at our February meeting. I think we were probably a bit hasty in doing that, accepting the advice. Although we, normally would. I think there was quite hastily obtained advice that we may have not had the chance to really consider what we were doing. So I think have names. that ought to have been included. So there's a list of those names. So what I brought back here is just the names that we kicked off the list. That's why it's a revocation motion. And I've added on Beryl because in the deputations we heard a beautiful deputation from Wilma Mottram about Beryl Singleton. If you didn't catch that one, I urge you to. It was just lovely. I have the handwritten one here. So it talked a lot about Beryl Singleton, which is why I've added to it. But it also says, she also says, it talks about the men who have been in our history books, and it says, what would all these men have achieved if not for the support of the wives and mothers behind them? All too often, we overlook the ones behind the scenes. Without them, very little might have been achieved. And I think we should honour ordinary, everyday women, and that is in that spirit. She urged us to put Beryl, as in Beryl Singleton, on the list. So this is our opportunity. So I think it was early for us to kick the names out. It's not for us really to judge because these were the names that our community researched. This is our opportunity to embrace the work of our community, the volunteers who did exactly what we asked of them and gave us names as they did the research. The women that did a large bunch of the research, Alex Ellis, Wendy Garston, Julie Murphy, I thank you. We have now more names to Australia. Like there's some pretty generic names that are probably royal names that are probably used in every colonial country around the world. This is our chance to necessarily high-profile names. It won't be people that we've traditionally recognised, and I think this is our opportunity to put them back. I can talk about a bunch of them, but I'm not a researcher. I didn't do any research. You're just rolling your eyes. I know you don't want me to go on too long. I'm watching the clock too. The whole point of these names is they came to us with research, at least a paragraph. A lot of the information came from the official City of Bayswater public record of the men and women who contributed before. So I'm not going to labour the point, really. I just urge you to pop these names back on the list so we can, when the opportunity comes up, ask our community if that's what they want to use or not. It's not for us to rule them out at this point.
Thank you. Any of the seconders would like to make any comments? Councillor Leder.
Yeah, I do. I actually seconded the original alternative to mean excluding the contributions of women. Or we did with that motion. I am really happy to support a revocation. I think it's an opportunity by including these names to actually correct historical marginalised that have been privileged in the list. And if other people's, but I don't want to be perhaps also for those criteria, migrants, as many people from marginalised that we work with what we have. And we try to...
Councillor Clark.
Thank you. Is women to go on the list, and it's not just women, it's obviously other people with other... They weren't doing the writing. They didn't have the time. Is that they were incredibly active and vibrant and getting themselves elected until women were probably too modest. The door knocking in my first campaign was that I got to see the most beautiful stained glass, to hear the history, and some of the stories were just amazing. In particular, transaction, or she'd married someone, or the verbal history of that history, particularly as people get older. I was because they reinforced for me everything that we still are yet to fix in our society in terms of equality between men and women. So these women didn't.
Yes, please question. Councillor
Register. So it doesn't just have to be in this forum.
Councillor Palmer.
Just very briefly, I think is so iconic and brave that I like that, and that we lovely to appreciate them in this.
At that council meeting, when we discussed this issue, council did not reject those, so they will qualify. Still don't think that all of those names acknowledge the hard work from several community agenda here. We're adding all of them, but I did a lot, and at that street called after themselves.
Thank you. Meet the traditional standard, and I think a lane shall be nameless.
Councillor Leder, Councillor Bull, Councillor Clark, Councillor Johnson, and myself, all of this. Councillors, it's over 11 p.m. and in consultations can make it. The city. So this is what I will move. Can we have it on the screen? At 7 p.m. I need a seconder. Councillor Palmer. I can speak. I already spoke. So Johnson and myself, all against. Councillor Ibsen. I adjourn the meeting, as I said, to Monday, 6 May, 7.